This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Ah! Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hello, and it's round 6 of Norway Chess, and it's tense at the top as the players inch towards the finishing line. Will Magnus, Carlsen and Wesley So make a comeback after their defeats in Armageddon Chess? Will Vachier-Lagrave maintain his lead at the top? Well, the answers will be revealed today. I'm Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson.
Thank you so much. Big day ahead. Anish versus Vichy. I'm looking forward to Anish. He's all dressed up. He sounded very motivated. He said it's a great pleasure to meet the legend when Vichy is doing so well. But it sounds like Anish means business today. And then, of course, it's Magnus's turn to strike back. He has a great score against Vachier-Lagrave of the white pieces. He'll be looking for a win in classical.
Yep.
Do we do predictions?
Yes, of course. It's my favorite part. Well, one of my favorite parts. So Timur Radjabov, Veselin Topalov. Well, here I was having a chat with the crew. The crew kind of thought it would be a quick draw, Armageddon. I kind of think that it might be a long draw, an Armageddon.
Draw it is.
And when it comes to Wesley So against Ariane Tari, sorry, I missed the top line of Magnus Carlsen against Vachier-Lagrave. I think Magnus is going to win. What do you think?
I think so too. I'm not sure statistically if a draw or a white victory is more likely. I guess it's close. But yeah, it feels like Magnus, he won't be happy with how things went today and with white against Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah.
He was definitely going to try.
I think Magnus is like the master of comebacks, so I think this is what he does best. And when it comes to Wesley So, Ariane Tari?
1-0. Ariane's looked solid with black, and it's going to be interesting. Wesley, who tends to stick to mainline theory, which Ariane also knows well, if he manages to ask a question by Wesley, seems very versatile these days, and if he finds a way to get Ariane out of book, I think he should be a favorite.
Yeah, I also agree with that. Although, having said that, they have played 2 classical draws against each other. And then the big matchup, Anish Giri against Vachier-Lagrave. You said, you saw him dress smartly for the occasion, look serious, be serious. What do you think?
Draw has to be a favorite, but let's go with 1-0. I feel we want to see some decisive games today.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to go for a draw, actually.
But Anish dressed up?
He did. Well, this is a sign, but still, I have to respect the powers of Vichy. He's playing incredible chess. And I think it's just going to be a draw. And there he is, Anish Giri, looking serious, looking like he's getting into the right mindset to play the Indian legend. And actually, Anish yesterday told the Norwegian TV crew that he would show no mercy.
Wow.
Fighting words.
No retreat, no surrender.
And finally, Wang Hao against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What do you think?
I would guess draw. Wang Hao looked very shaky yesterday, so today with the white pieces, it would be normal for him to try to catch his breath. Maxime, of course, not the type where you can just play a quiet Berlin. But even if it's a night-off, I think a draw should be a favorite.
I think we might see a victory for MVL. Somehow, Wang Hao, I like him as a player. He's a great person, but he just seemed a little bit out of shape. And yesterday's game against Ariane Tari, when he was much better with the black pieces, I think would have been a little bit painful. But okay, these are some of the world's finest players. And we'll get to see them in action and see their comeback skills. What do you predict in terms of the opening? Is Wang Hao going to open with d4 or e4?
He does both. I think he's historically more of a d4 player. And against Maxime, his Grunfeld is always a little shaky. And recently his Queen's Gambit accepted. He also had some weaknesses still, as we've seen in the tiebreak versus Radjabov. So d4 seems like a more obvious choice if he's looking for a fight. If he wants equality, you can choose all kinds of lines. In the night-off as well. We'll find out. There's Anish. What pawn was that? c4. Interesting. Already. looking for a fight, allowing e5. And Vichy doesn't bite, goes c5. Anish will have prepared some long theory line. Maybe in these knight f3, d4 lines. He's not really the type to just go g3 and take it from there. He's gonna be looking to compare notes. Knight f3, knight f6. Now either d4 or knight c3. He's thinking about it.
I think we might see knight c3 or g3.
I was wrong again.
G3.
G3 it is. All right. Boring. Let's switch to Carlsen, Mamedyarov. And Carlsen is going for this knight f3, g3 again, which he's dabbled in. I think he did it against Wang Hao. Of course, he studied the Catalan, and knight f3, g3 sometimes is meant as a tool to transpose to some lines while avoiding some other lines if black plays along here. Obviously, you don't have any of these bishop b4 check lines anymore, since it's not a check. And if black does go bishop e7, Magnus could choose to transpose to this, which isn't Mamedyarov's typical repertoire. But of course, black has a wide choice here as well. g6 is fine, bishop g4 is fine. Still, it's obviously meant as a way to get a game by the world champion.
Yeah, it is a favorite of Magnus Carlsen, this little setup. We've seen him do it countless times on the tour, so not a surprise to Shakria. And he follows suit, fianchettoing his bishop.
Yeah, g6 is the big fashion, where after bishop g2, bishop g7, white faces a choice. If he castles, you have to allow e5. Well, if you go d4, you end up playing one of these symmetrical Grunfeld positions. So g6, which I think was introduced actually by, or not introduced, but brought to the forefront by Vichy in his, was it his first match against Magnus? Where Vichy very successfully sort of blocked Magnus with his move order. Ever since, it's been one of the very main lines in top GM play.
Yeah. We'll be very curious to see how Magnus Carlsen tries to eke out a small advantage with the white pieces, because I actually play this line myself. And what can I say? It always feels like it's quite tense and quite tough.
Yeah, castles, usually black castles, and then white has to decide. c4 is the main move, but there are all kinds of goofy sidelines.
c4 I've started to develop a little bit of a fondness for, because things get a little bit exciting if they capture, and then you can go knight a3 and...
There are ways to make that boring as well. And c4 plate.
Okay.
c6 of course
C6.
possible, but there's also this line, dc, knight a3, c5, which is very dry, personal favorite. Let's see how Mamedyarov feels about it.
I predict c6. What do you think?
I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked by d takes c4 either. Because Mamedyarov is also not really the type to play these very dry symmetrical positions.
But,
Thinking about it.
That's true. But somehow c6 kind of feels like more a Mamedyarov type of position when he's trying to be solid. I don't tend to see him in these kind of open positions. But okay, we will find out. What about...
You're usually always right about these things. And yeah, there we go again. c6 plate.
It really annoys quite a few of my friends and my husband, because and I'm very good at just guessing random numbers.
Oh,
like if you ask me for a price of things, even though I'm terrible at numbers generally, I can just randomly guess it, and everyone goes, oof, annoying.
How much is a gallon of milk in Norway?
A gallon of milk?
Or
How much is a gallon?
I don't know what a gallon is. A liter of milk.
You know, in the UK we have this interesting combination of the imperial and metric system, but the problem is that whilst the older generation didn't want to change to the metric system, they were like, okay, fine, it's fine, we will teach the children the metric.
So how do you say it in the UK? What's a liter of milk like?
A
4
liter.
quarter-pounders of milk.
Pints.
A liter is a liter?
Huh?
Pint?
Pints?
A pint of
Did you-
milk?
because you said
I just
quarter
don't know.
pounders.
I don't know, I just wonder how you would get a liter of milk. How do you say it in the
A
United
liter.
Kingdom?
Yeah, you just say a liter of milk. I don't know what a pint is because I was raised
so
on the
liter is a metric. that
yeah,
you
it's a
use.
metric. Yeah, but there's a pint as well. But I kind of only associate that with beer
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
thought. Yeah.
and a pint of milk actually.
Knight to
then-
c3 play.
Knight to c3.
That's
okay.
sharper. He's offering up this pawn, and there's no easy way to regain it after knight c3, because there's this well-known trick, knight to e5, knight to g4, after which the pawn on d4 is on prise. So usually white would just play some sort of gambit here. Once again, this looks like Daniil Dubov chess, one of Magnus' seconds in the World Championship match, who's usually happy to give up this pawn, occupy the center. Sharp choice by Mr. Carlsen.
Yeah, but we welcome complications. Well, I do anyway, because I think they're a lot of fun to watch and to analyse. But I do hope that it's going to be a sizzler rather than a fizzler. Fizzle out to a boring position.
Is that another unit? A sizzler?
No, not yet. But we might introduce it. But I tell you one strange unit that we have in Norway is the deciliter.
Deciliter.
That
It's just
freaks-
1/10 of a liter.
I
no?
know, but it freaks me out because you don't use decimeter.
It's probably because stuff is so expensive, so deciliter of milk you feel like you can afford.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. Norway is incredibly expensive. In fact, you just got to close your eyes and just pretend it never happened when it comes to paying for things. Okay, and what about Wesley So and
going on here?
Ariantari? Should we go from the beginning or should...
Yeah, I'm just confused. Okay,
This
your
looks like the
usual
Italian.
Italian move order, blah blah, a5, a6, h6. This is still very mainline stuff. h3, h6, h6, h6. Knight bd2, bishop e6, bishop b5. Also standard with the pawn on a5. You typically don't want to take here, so you go bishop b5 or b3, and bishop b6. But now Wesley saying, let's repeat moves just once. Knight c4, bishop c5, and he goes back.
He's just playing with him.
He's just playing cat and mouse.
Yeah.
Arjan says, okay, I'll take the draw, but Wesley says, no, I was just playing with your feelings. You know, he goes a4. Could be a valid strategy if he thinks they might end up in time trouble to get closer to move 40. But it's somewhat rare you see white doing this once. And are they... Wesley's going for another move repetition. Come on, Wesley.
Really?
Tone it down a bit. Knight a7, bishop c4, knight c6, bishop b5. What is going on? Is this a strategy? Repeat moves twice every time you get a chance?
Maybe this is
Hang on, is this?
this is the new
is
way
this
of
the
playing
third?
chess.
I can't count. So a4,
Oh.
knight a7, this is 1. Bishop c4, this is 2. Ah no, still 2. So now he has to make a different move than bishop b5. Will he? Yeah, he takes. Instantly as well, it's all part of his prep. The double move repetition. Deep stuff by Wesley.
Yeah.
Maybe the players get paid by the move, so he's just trying to cash in by repeating. Unlikely.
No, I think this is part of the mind games. He's like, you want to draw? No, 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 no. Almost. You want to draw again? Have you ever had an opponent that's done this to you?
In junior tournaments, you often have kids like offering a draw after every move.
Oh yeah,
They're annoying.
They're annoying. I once had to call the arbiter over about an opponent who kept offering me a draw.
Yeah.
And then she started crying. That made me feel bad for like a millisecond.
But at some point,
Yeah.
I was taught you're not supposed to do it, so I stopped.
Okay, so knight c4, and then, okay, I have some games up.
How do we repeat moves next, Wesley? Generally, the structure is supposed to be fine for black, as mentioned, with the pawn on a5. These bishop e6 fe positions aren't so scary, because white can't easily claim extra space. But of course Wesley has looked at this and he's got something up his sleeve.
Yeah, I guess Ariam will just simply retreat the bishop.
Go somewhere, no, probably to a7.
I would go to a7 because bishop c5 might at some point be hit with d4.
Yeah.
Just does it make a difference if the bishop's on c5 or bishop on a7? Oh, maybe.
Well, the thing is, if white ever goes d4 with the bishop on c5, you can usually take and go bishop b4, which is another plus of this a4, a5 inclusion. While with the bishop on a7, it could be potentially somewhat shut out there. I'm not sure what the best move is.
Yeah.
Could also make a case for ignoring it, going knight d7.
Yeah, that's true. And also with the bishop on a7, say for instance black wanted to kind of go knight e7, knight g6. That's maybe something that he can't do that easily because of knight takes pawn. But then again, if bishop e3, if white plays bishop e3, then if you stick your bishop on c5, you might be forced to take. So swings and roundabouts, as we say.
Can't have it all.
No.
Okay. What else is happening? Anish pushed the h-pawn.
Oh,
Knight c6, knight c3, g6, and h4.
no mercy. He did promise that. And let me just see if I can pull up some theory, because I don't know that much about this position. Main move is just simply to play d3. Let's have a look at who's playing this. Lots of people playing this. Top game is Artemiev against Carlsen in the Aim Chess US Rapid last year.
Yeah, it's a typical decision for black how to react to h4. Three standard ways are play h6, so you can meet h5 with g5. Play h5, so this pawn doesn't move anymore, but you're weakening this square. Or ignore it, bishop g7, h5. Now do something like castles. And Vichy's gone for door number 1. He's played h6. What else is happening? Rajabov in deep thought in this position after bishop b4, queen c2, d5. Still fairly well-known Nimzo Indian. Most top players recently have played short castles here, which gives white the bonus option of pawn to e4. And I was always a bit surprised they don't play d5 more, because after short castles, the main line, which we've seen, for example, in Anish versus Wesley, is takes and d5. And if you start with d5, white goes a3, you get the same position. So it's more about what extra options you give white. Here after d5, white has the extra option of cd. But last time I checked ed, black is just doing fine. So I'm a bit surprised that d5 is not more regular here. And good to see Veselin agrees.
Yeah.
Rajabov seems surprised.
Yeah, I have to say, I've seen the move e4 quite often on the tour. Jordan van Forest playing it against Pragnananda, and the position got very sharp very quickly.
Yeah, it's basically a memory check. Black is fine in all these long lines, but you have to keep a lot of stuff in mind, while d5 maybe cuts down somewhat on the amount of stuff you have to know. Then again, cd, ed, bishop, g5. It's also pretty theoretical. Black is doing well.
Okay, and black is doing well despite having the bishop out on b4.
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what they do.
I'm a big fan of cutting down the amount of opening theory you need to know, so this is good. And when it comes to Wang Hao against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave,
It's an endgame already.
it is. Maybe this is the one that's going to end in a draw.
For b5, we've seen Wang Hao play this line against Anish, which, okay, of course, not a disaster, but it's also a bit of a sign that maybe he doesn't have that much up his sleeve, because to repeat the same line against the Najdorf twice in a tournament, Maxime won't be too surprised by facing exactly the same. He's going for, I can't recall how this game against Anish went, but b5, he takes and plays bishop e3, which looks pretty sound for black. The king on d8 is not in too much trouble, but Wang Hao, of course, will have looked at this. Knight bd7 played. Looks fine to me. There's action in the Carlsen game.
Oh, let's go there.
So d takes c, he went e4, and Magnus played bishop to g4. He could also play b5, just hanging on to the pawn, but bishop g4, very direct. h3, takes, and his idea is to strike back in the center immediately with pawn to e5. D takes e, knight fd7. And if black was allowed to take here, he'd still be pawn up with the potential outpost for the Kraken on d3. Magnus goes e6, tries to weaken Magnus' structure. F takes e plate. Let's see what the world champion wants to do. He goes bishop e3. Strategically, this is very complicated. Why is the pawn down? But it's not so felt. If this bishop could go somewhere and f4, e5 would happen, white would be in great shape. So it's a very, very sharp position, actually. I think there are still quite some games, even at high levels. I don't know, Matlakov or someone might have done this, but we no longer have to think about it, because we have the man who knows all the secrets and who will happily share them with us. Peter Heine Nielsen will join us any moment when he's mic'd up, to maybe give us some insights into Magnus's preparation, the world of chess politics, how life is at a second at these tournaments, and much more, which is always a filler for. That's pretty much it.
Welcome to the show, Peter.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Is he mic'd up? I thought he's not mic'd up
No,
yet,
I
so
thought
we
we
were
were
ignoring him.
taking a break, but okay. No.
Okay.
Where shall I look?
I haven't figured it out in 10 years. I just look into.
Anyway, what's
Empty
the
space.
position? Because I haven't seen it in a bit, and I'm kind of curious.
So Magnus sacrificed a pawn, c4, c6, knight to c3, d takes c, pawn to e4. And Magnus decided not to hang on to it, but play bishop g4. Takes, pawn to e5, takes, knight d7.
Let me just say something about the gambit. I think this gambit was played 28 years ago by Romanishin against Vichy in the PCA candidates tournament.
But he went 95, and after knight g4 you're worse, no?
I actually just checked it on my phone going here, so I could be wrong. I thought that he was playing, instead of e4, he was playing h3 in one of the games. I think they played numerous games.
Maybe he went 95 once, allowed this, and
Yeah.
then h3
And he
stopped
played
him.
h3 to stop this bishop g4 that happened in the game. I don't think Romanishin did that well. That's probably why it was not really popular, but a young Vichy just took the pawns, and I think Romanishin maybe drew one or two of the games, but sort of, anyway, well, just wanted to make the reference to this thing, and that Vichy is still hanging in here and doing well. But e4, well, I think it's a more modern way of doing it. It allows bishop g4, as happened in the game, but as you see now we have a position that you will tell me which one we have actually.
It's also very much in the spirit, at least, of Carlsen's World Championship match second. Daniil Dubov, who usually enjoys giving up this pawn, taking the center. Can you reveal, is this all Daniil's influence?
To a certain extent it is, for sure. I mean, I think Magnus is also capable of sacrificing pawn on his own, but it's very typical Daniil to get interesting and unbalanced positions where you have some, you can say, long-term potential or compensation in a way that it leaves room for outplaying your opponent. I think Daniil very often would sort of make it possible to play for free results, while others would try to do less in that sense. But I mean,
for one.
Yeah, for one result, ideally. That's true. But I think this leaves huge scope for outplaying your opponent with either color. So you can argue Magnus is taking quite some risk, but also he gets very interesting prospects. If anything, it's a bit surprising that Armageddon hasn't spent a lot of time at this point. You would have hoped he would have been more surprised.
Thinking now.
Yeah, now, but well, Black had one or two options before this, at least. That's my impression. But It's an interesting line and very modern in the way that I think basically, well, the position you had before with e4, maybe not only because of this Vachier-Lagrave thing, but in general, that you can just give away a healthy pawn for getting some center and some development, but it's not like you're going to have a raging attack immediately and such. At least for me, intuitively, it feels a bit wrong, but things has changed.
Yeah, things have changed, and I like the fact that both of you mentioned Daniel Dubov, because checking the database, yes, he's played a game in it, and also Jordan van Vries has also played a game in this, so it's definitely in their style. And I mean, one of the things with Mamadjarov, actually, we heard from Anish Giri yesterday, was that he tends to kind of sit down at the board and just calculate things out and calculate very impressive lines. So here, if you were playing black,
well, it's a difficult position to calculate, right? Or, well, there is moves like knight e5, there is b5. Maybe you can develop your knight to a6, something like this. It's
well, there's some games here, no? Like I don't have to pretend like I don't remember, because I don't remember. But Matlakov or someone played this with black, no? Like I don't think we're.
But what I'm trying to say is that it's a bit of an atypical position. It's not like your intuition immediately tell you, okay, this has to be a good move. It's there. I mean, well, there's something wrong with the position from either color in the sense. Well, the bishop on f3 is a bit loose. Black has an extra pawn. I mean, well, it's very easy to go wrong for both sides, I would guess. I mean, well, when you have sit with the computer, of course, it's easy. But at least my intuition here is very vague. It's not like it's completely obvious for me, you know, black should play this move exactly. I can easily mention like, 5 moves for blacks that looks decent to me, but the evaluation of the computer could be very different in a way. And I'm curious how they will tackle this, but at least Magnus seems to be playing rather quickly, so that's normally a good sign. Or, well, I don't know.
Yeah, Mamadjarov taking a moment here. There's some strategic risk for both sides, obviously, but for white, for black, if white gets, I don't know, bishop somewhere, f4, e5, white looks more or less strategically winning, so black has to do something.
Yeah, even h4, h5 will come. I mean, there is weaknesses there, so, I mean, if anything, I would almost think that it's black who is a bit in some kind of urgent situation here. But I don't know, you talk about, let's say, bishop e2 and f4. Maybe black will play e5 himself if this happens and such. Then maybe you go f5 and you start pushing there, and then something will happen. I mean, it's like, well, they are both positionally winning to some extent, in the sense that, well, black is winning on the queen side, and, you know, he will put something on d3, but white is winning on the king side. And it's always interesting when there is a clash of plans rather than there's like sort of, well, one open file, we start exchanging kind of things.
yeah.
Speaking of which.
Fair enough. Not exactly exchanging, right? Maybe they are.
Also, what's going on here? They're spending a lot of time to reach this position.
This is, well, it's a bit funny that Topalov is black in this exact position because, well, this move, well, just go back to the exact position. So they play, this is the position.
Carlsen hasn't been played yet? Yeah.
Okay, so if, let's say, they castle here, I think it was Topalov who invented this system for black, maybe like, well, I remember for the World Championship match in 2008, we prepared this for Vichy as black. But Topalov had just played this idea of giving up the pair of bishops and just castling. And at that time, we would just say white has an extra pair of bishops for free. And it generally felt wrong. But nowadays, it's just turned out to be completely right. And they basically think it's almost a dead area. Recently, there has been some developments. It's just that in the old days, we would just think that white is just pleasantly better. But Topalov was actually the one to play this first. And, well, now he gets to play it 15 or 14 years ago. And such. But it's just how understanding of chess has changed in a way. That
no, also, we should clarify, in the old days, the main line was always to give up the bishop, but here to play b6 mainly, and then bishop b7, d6, which, frankly, it does look like there. White has the 2 bishops, and it's this old debate, because we're taught as kids that when you have the 2 bishops, you should open the position, and when you don't have them, you should keep the position closed, which, okay, this point has been made in many books, but I think it's generally wrong, because you get some time in return for giving up the 2 bishops, and black should use that time to generate exchanges or tension or outposts for the knights, and that's what d5 does more.
I think Watson was writing in one of his books that the bishops favors a stable position, and with knights you should more open it up to get a fight. Maybe that was what you more or less said to an extent. But it's true that with this b6, well, I think in 2000 I went as a spectator to the Kasparov-Kramnik World Championship match, and they played like this, and then they would continue for like, 10 more moves, like basically everything was forced based on the premises it was at that time. But nowadays they just go d5, and basically, well, it normally becomes a position that's maybe slightly better for white, but they know how to draw. I think there was one game earlier in this tournament, right?
Yeah. Wesley had one against Anish. And of course, there's also the move order question, which I talked about. If you start by castling, you allow this e4 or knight f3 to some extent. Or if you start by d5, as Topalov did, you allow c d5, where I think black is fine after ed, but it's also a question of what you want to avoid and what you want to allow.
This is what Anand played actually in the match in 2008, and exactly, we were trying to avoid this d5 thing, if I remember correctly. But okay, it's 14 years ago. I can't actually remember the
He was
details.
thinking quite a bit about castles. Also, old theory, like from the 90s, was to play knight e4, and now e5 or c5. But if you switch on any engine, they will just laugh at that. Castles.
Really? Yeah. No, I remember it was with Vichy, he was playing this line, and for sort of, it went on and on, some incredibly fascinating lines, but it seems just, you can just castle and allow bishop d5, it doesn't really matter anymore. So, it's interesting how these things change.
And whilst you're here, Peter, and because you're Magnus's head coach, it's just seen that Magnus actually recorded a confession. So let's hear it.
It's always nervous.
Yeah.
Jeg er egentlig veldig glad for at han valgte den varianten som han gjorde de siste trekkene, altså med løpe G4, og så E5, og altså gi løpeparet der. Noe av det jeg slet med da jeg skulle lære meg å spille katalansk før VM-matchen, var det å bare akseptere at i en del varianter så står jeg bare en bonde under. Sånn er det. Og så har man en viss form for enten da langsiktig kompensasjon, enten i angrepssjanser eller små posisjonelle ting da, som ikke går vekk med det første. Sånn er det litt også i denne her varianten. Dette er på en måte litt en sånn søstervariant av katalansk gambittene, at man gir en bonde, og så får man sentrum og noe litt vagt for det. Men med den varianten han valgte nå, så har han jo da gitt meg både løpeparet og han selv en ganske svak bonde på E6. Så nå er det litt lettere psykologisk å tenke at nå har jeg gitt en bonde for disse små, eller egentlig ganske store, konkrete tingene. Så vet jeg jo at det er jo fortsatt teori, så det er jo utvilsomt spillbart, men sånn rent psykologisk så synes jeg at det har vært en god utvikling.
And it sounds like the world champion is in good spirits, because he said he's very happy with his position. He's got the center, the bishop pair, and there was some Norwegian in between.
No, I don't know who is it.
I can translate.
Yeah.
Catalan, pawn down, prepared for world championship match, center, 2 bishops, happy.
It's not what he said at all, actually. No, he said that, one thing that was quite difficult for him for the world championship match was that in these Catalans, getting used to that you're just a pawn down, it was felt not natural to him in a way, but he somehow got used to it. But in this position, at least, it was very clear, you can say, that I have a pair of bishops, the pawn on c4 is weak, and so on. That here it's quite obvious there is a lot of compensation in that way. But
That's exactly what I said.
maybe it was, yeah. So my apologies if so. No, it's true. Maybe he didn't used to sacrifice pawns that loosely. Actually, it's quite interesting. Maybe you mentioned it already before I came, but in Vachier-Lagrave, exactly, he had a pawn sacrifice win against Magnus. That was a Catalan, while this one he said is like a sister line of the Catalan. It's not really a Catalan, but it became very similar strategically to some extent. And in Vachier, it was not like he was objectively better, but he won a very convincing game.
Very nice game, actually, worth checking.
He played extremely well there. I think Mamadiyarov even, took the word at the closing ceremony and said that, losing a game like this, it wasn't like it gave him pleasure, but didn't give him any kind of regrets, because Magnus just played well. He would have played the same moves in another game because simply, well, he didn't see the strong replies, and Magnus just played too well for him and such. And well, this also, yeah, is a very interesting position. He played Queen E7, which looks reasonable, right? It sort of looks at.
It wasn't necessarily the first move that came to my mind. I was looking for more of the kind of like B5s and knight E5s and sticking a knight into D3 because I've been sat next to David a little bit too long in the Champions Chess Tour, and he always says, you know, accelerate the play when you have the knights.
Yeah, yeah. It's well. Also, I would like to get some kind of clarification.
Yeah.
While this one, you know, well, it's clear it protects the E6 pawns, and maybe the knight now can go to C5 and such. It looks like an extremely useful move, but now again, White has a tons of possibilities. While, well, I generally just like to force play, but it's not a given that's good. It's more a psychological thing in a way, right? So, honestly, also, well, Magnus must have a bunch of moves. There's like Bishop E2 attacking the C4 pawn, like Gusti said. It could be H4 as well, but I would guess it's Bishop E2. But I don't have an engine in front of me, so.
I do. Bishop G2.
Oh,
Bishop G2.
he played, or that's the
No,
engine
that's
move?
that's the engine move.
Okay.
Oh wow.
But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Bishop E2, I guess, probably. Not where the bishop wants to be if we ever get our dream moves F4 and E5, and also, yeah, from Black's perspective, at least that's the first engine line. It could make some sense to...
What is the engine line after, let's say, Bishop D2, Knight C5?
Here, Bishop
Yeah.
G2. Knight C5 is not the move, because then E5 is apparently strong.
Okay.
Don't
Fair
ask me why. Bishop E5, Queen G4. Engines, they just play differently.
No, I mean, if you can... Well, I wanted to play F4, E5, of course, if you can block it like this, but it's a bit inhuman, but fair enough. Okay. It's an interesting position. Bishop D2 feels a bit unnatural to me, to be honest. But,
It felt unnatural to me when Jan suggested it because somehow I wanted to keep control over the D3 square.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But of course, well, if a knight lands on D3, well, let's say the bishop is on G2, maybe it doesn't matter so much. I mean, you will put the queen in E2, you will play H. Well, let's say bishop G2, knight C5. No, Jan is not really following.
Sorry, I was just illustrating why
Okay.
Bishop E2
Fair
wasn't that good. Anyway, Bishop G2, yeah, whatever.
don't
Knight A6 is a good move.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Queen E2. I was just reading out the computer lines now. If Knight E5, White is better because he gets this F4 and E5 that...
Yeah, something like
Really
this. The
cramps
knight
the
on
bishop.
D3 is nice, but it doesn't really bite on anything. You somehow... Yeah.
Well, the problem is this bishop is an idiot, so the computer actually says... And now it's changing its mind. But yeah, his first line for a second there was to actually give the bishop up. Now go knight E5, which feels wrong, but at least after F4, E5, it's not going to be blocked in here. Weird
But now
position.
it's going to be some kind of race in the sense that, well, White's attack must be winning with F4, E5, H4, right? But of course you will try and generate something in between.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Could be very sharp.
Chess gets more interesting if you don't really start counting pawns but just attacks, right? But
Speak for
maybe.
yourself.
Yeah, sorry. Fair enough. But
Speaking. Sorry. Go ahead.
once I visited Bent Larsen, and he said that, well, one of the very few things I regret in life is not playing enough Kazan gambits. I don't know, but I don't know if he meant it, but he seemed to have a point at least.
It's not on my top
No.
750 list of regrets.
Is he? Yeah, Gary the same. Yeah.
Anish also giving a pawn.
Okay.
Why can't we take?
You're not gonna play Bishop E3 here, right?
Yeah, apparently just this, and it's not so easy for Black. Can't castle because H6 is hanging, and if we go back, then I guess White is in time to be annoying.
Yeah. I don't know how crushing it is to get this pawn, but probably it's nice in a way, right?
But take a look at the clock times. I mean, you see that Anish has used just under half an hour. Vishy, not so much time.
What did he think about? That's surprising, because he blitzed out his H4. Vishy went
Yeah.
H6, which can't have been a surprise. Castles, Bishop G7 also doesn't look shocking. And he spent a long time thinking and went D3. I know, but he confused himself, because here the right move is pawn to d4. I might even have seen this at some point, where I think the inclusion of h4, h6 favors white. This is a well-known line without h4, h6, where it's nothing special. But I think this is supposed to be better for white. Anish thought for a long time went d3. No, he's mixed something up.
Yeah, it's the same idea that this h4, h6 inclusion generally favors white and when there's something tactical happening and such. But of course, not doing d4, if that's the move, it's a bit strange.
Now, these lines exist with the pawns here and here, but yeah, I'm sure this will be a factor. That helps white, because the pawn could be hanging in quite some lines later.
But looking at Vachier's clock, I would not be overly surprised if he didn't know how to handle it.
No, I'm not saying it would crush him, but it's, it's the way to ask a question.
It's all been played before though. Richard Rapport played it against Wei Yi, he lost. Artemiev beat Magnus Carlsen with it. Grishuk drew with Pete Svidler.
Is d4 or d3?
So this is with the d3.
I'm very sure that the pawns on h2 and h7, again 10-15 years ago when I was studying this with Vichy, we thought it was just an excellent system for black. You know, there was no edge to be found. I remember we were looking at some queen b3 moves, even I think queen a4 we were studying in this position.
Knight g5, these are the old days.
It was impossible to find any kind of edge here. But,
the very old line, Karpov used to play this.
Yeah.
D3 castles, I think bishop e3, some stuff like this.
I think we mapped it out to a draw as well.
It's like a reversed Fianchetto King's Indian.
Yeah.
I miss the old days when both sides would castle. no h-pawns would be moving.
No.
You play some boring
Everything
endgame
makes
here.
sense, right?
Would be 5, b6, queen b3, some Karpov Anderson.
I think queen a1.
That's my kind of chess. Maybe queen a1.
I think this one he won, right?
Yeah, he won. Anyway,
we're old.
Modern stuff here, h4, h6, and d3. Anish seems to be out of book.
But it's not that simple for Vichy, is it? Is he going to castle or just going to take the pawn?
I'm just reading here, bishop e6 is a good move. Like, there's no more knight
there's
g5,
no knight
and if we
g5.
get b6, rook c8, we just get it pleasant. Morozzi, which looks very believable, actually.
Bishop e6 is a cool move, actually.
So, Peter, I know you have a busy schedule. You have to go to Norwegian television. But tell us, you're not just a second of Magnus Carlsen these days. You're also a candidate for deputy president of the World Chess Federation of FIDE. How's your campaign going?
Well, it's going fine. There is a deadline tomorrow where we will see, well, right now people can just say they're running. Tomorrow they have to put up 5 countries from 4 different continents to see that they are, that they are actually sort of allowed to legally run. And well, as far as I understand, there is 4 teams that are sort of trying to run, but there's even some rumors about a 5th team. So it's that's quite a complicated story this year. Normally, I think that there has only been like 2 candidates typically and such, but this year it seems to be a bit more of an open field, but who knows, if we will clarify later.
As you know, I'm not that supportive of your campaign.
I understand.
But
what is this?
my understanding is that you
25 years
currently...
of friendship work, right?
That's why I don't have to pretend. My understanding is you currently have around... I'm not sure if I'm leaking anything here, but we talked about it on air like 2 hours ago. You still need some endorsements, right? Like, do you want to address any particular continents?
No,
we have viewers all over the world.
Especially, I mean, I think we're doing fine in that compartment. I would rather say and such. No, I think generally, well, I mean, I'm supporting Boris Polets for president. That's no secret. I'm running as his deputy, and I think that basically, well, he has a good program that I wholeheartedly support and such. And I think that, well, it's a principled decision that the chess world have to take, and well, it's no clear that we think it's no secret that we think that there is too much ties to Russia and even the Kremlin as it is now. So I think for us it's important to make a clear stand there, and we think that it's well time to change.
So what are the key messages of your campaign?
I think well, Boris Polets made a longer sort of piece about that, and it's clear that, well, we want the more transparent feed, but especially I think that, well, we don't think Dvorkovich is fit to lead FIDE based on his close ties to Russia and Kremlin, and we think that, well, especially due to the current situation, well, chess has to untangle itself from that and, well, have a different worldview in that sense. There's no secret about that.
Yeah, definitely worthy causes. And before you go, we'd also just like to play you another confession, this time from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and a spot of trivia, actually.
Hey guys, long time no see. So it's time for the trivia question of the day. What would be my typical knight-off move if Wang Hao goes with bishop d3? You have as much time as it gets for, you know, this to maybe happen over the board, so we'll see.
I want to solve.
I don't need to see the position. I don't know.
It's rook takes c3.
Ah, damn. Shall I make a tourist remark? Or no. No, this is a famous story.
I don't know what his point is, but he said typical knight-off move. I guess he thinks this is fine. Yeah.
I think it was a famous game, Obsession against Kasparov. I think Obsession allowed it, and Kasparov was somewhat critical of that. But I think sometimes with modern engines, you see that well, Black gets to play rook c3, and he doesn't seem to care much. And I think also, well, I remember my days with when I was working for Vichy, that there will be times where you play rook bc3, but with White you would just go king c1, bishop c1, and he takes on c3, and you don't care. So it's typical, but not necessarily that simple. If it's just great here, I would be slightly surprised, to be honest, but I don't know exactly.
Maybe Maxime knows. He's taken very little time. He goes to the confessional, and we've sometimes criticized Maxime's prep in the past, but here Wang Hao, he played this exact line, h3, e5, knight b3 against Anish earlier in the tournament, which
I think I'm giving
even
away
to
that
surprise
I'm not an
Maxime
expert in this area.
It's gonna be tough with that.
It's also strange that, I mean, well, again, modern chess, they play h3 and knight b3 and such there, but of course it's very forced.
Yeah.
But doesn't it look better for White after the exchange sack? Apparently not.
I wouldn't know. How do we do it? Bishop c1?
Start the engine.
The engine
Engine's running, don't worry.
Engine says it's actually good for Black.
Wow,
Well, slightly better for Black.
Takes and rook c8, yeah, it's very happy.
Plus, the knight is materializing on a4, which is, I mean, this is what actually happened in this old Kasparov game, and if it does that, of course, it gets back the pawn with a dominating position, and White has absolutely no active play. So probably here, yeah, it's I didn't understand that it will get to such a dominating stage, but he hasn't allowed it, right?
No, computer line is something like g4, rook c8, g5.
Yeah, you have to try and probably annoy. But
random stuff, h4. But it says Black is fine.
How is my boss doing, if I dare to ask? Or?
Your boss played the computer move bishop g2, and now Mamedyarov is back. Thinking, looks like Magnus. Might still be in some sort of prep.
If he plays knight c5, do we really think it's possible for a human just to play e5 here?
It's always so tough to say after you've seen the computer move. Like now, it looks easy. Like, go queen g4. What's he gonna do? Which threat to take
b5?
here? Taking this?
This one is hanging. Yeah.
No, this just wins. Takes,
Yeah.
and overloading.
You're so sharp tactically.
Incredibly sharp.
Wow.
No, I don't know. But knight c5 feels a little loose. Like knight a6
Yeah.
does look somewhat more.
So knight a6, you're gonna go f4?
Well, queen e2 first. Like first line on my screen is actually this, knight e5, and now choose a move a4, h4, 0-30 for White, but it's not very deep.
I would be so shocked if Mamedyarov actually traded that dark
bishop
square
takes
bishop
c3.
off the board.
Nobody is that good, right?
I mean, you'd rather have that bishop as a bad piece and just protecting the king.
At least you're not going to be mated in the short term, but...
no, it looks like things are going according to plan for Magnus. No ahead on the clock. Complex position. That's all you can ask.
But, well, you would ask for less normally. I mean, now they are playing for free results, right? I mean, things are going to plan, but still, you are pawn down. You have to play incredibly well and such. It's just a very interesting position, right?
No, but we also heard Magnus talk about with this system where you get 3 points for a win,
Yeah.
it might just be correct to play more for 3 results and take a little more risk.
It's a good point.
So I think
But
just fighting for tournament victory.
But Magnus is actually capable of thinking like that, right? That this is the system, so that's how we play. I think.
It's not very common in chess, but yeah, well, he's talked about it, so he's clearly capable of thinking about it, and yeah, I think he's right that maybe he would choose a different opening with a different point system. Don't know. Could also be that this was just what he wanted to play, and it fits.
Yeah.
Fits today. You probably know better than us.
Well, to play some. Also, it was not a given that Magnus would play like this, right? I mean, he could play many things. I think the move order was it knight f3, knight f6,
3 d5, g3, g6.
Yeah. I mean, he could play various other things with black against knight. I mean, knight f3, g3. There's a ton of decent systems for black, and I think Magnus has played quite some. But of course, this.
And I just had one quick question for you. How much time is actually spent preparing for each game?
By whom?
But let's say Magnus, like how much time does he spend? Is it more of a case of half an hour, just kind of refreshing?
I don't know. You'll actually have to ask him. I mean, well, of course. I mean, let's say typically in the evening we would talk a bit about the strategy for the day after. But well, I would mainly look at some things and such, and I would maybe talk with him about it at dinner or email him some stuff. But how much time he spent on it, I don't know to that extent. I mean, for instance, with Anand, I would have a better idea because we would sit together and do it. With Magnus, I know less. So, well, I get an idea when I see him play it and such, but I cannot tell you if he's capable of soaking it all in 5 minutes or 2 hours. I would guess it's somewhere in between, but. Well, I haven't really asked him, so maybe I would be curious to know exactly.
How long have you been working? 10 years? Like, can you ask him one day? No, listen, what do you actually do?
Yeah.
No, I mean, well, I wouldn't think that he knows exactly himself in a way and such. I mean, but
it's probably also not always the same. No, it depends. What basketball games are out to watch and who the opponent is.
There's a lot of factors, like exactly basketball. I think once actually, I remember at a tournament in Wijk, I saw that the basketball game I knew he would watch was going to go to double overtime, so I thought he's actually going to mistime it, so I gave him a much smaller prep. So I mean, but well, that's not how it always is.
All right, Peter, thank you so much for joining us. You have to debate. You have to prepare for addressing the nation of Norway. Best of luck with your TV appearance.
Thanks for your sincere support.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Anytime.
And there we can see Mamadjarov thinking very hard about his position. It actually looked very, very complicated for him. And there we see you've got the game between Wesley and Ariane.
Yeah, it's a bit dry. We can just do a quick tour.
Yep, let's do a walk in the park.
Wesley, yeah, I think these positions are supposed to be fine for black with the pawns on a4 and a5. It's not that much strategic trouble because white never has b4, and if white goes d4, then usually black can take and put a knight on b4, which is a nice square. So this is supposed to be all right. But Wesley, as most of the top players, of course, has become an expert in all the subtleties in these Italians. Still, I don't think Arya needs to be too upset about the outcome of the opening here. Looks fine to me.
Also looks fine to me too. And let's go on to Anish against Vichy.
Yeah, Vichy, he's good. He's played bishop e6, bishop d2, rook to c8, just stabilizing. And his position looks fine now. Computer, for whatever reason, I'll switch it off in a minute. But, wanted to start with b6 and oops, not this, obviously.
Bishop takes.
Takes, bishop c3, castles, and here was happy. Well, in the game, it says this is a somewhat better version for white because of this very weird move, bishop h3, hitting the rook, and if e6, all of a sudden this bishop is trapped in the middle of the board. But
Okay.
weird details. Let's see if that happens.
Very sophisticated line. It does feel like Vichy is doing okay though.
Yep.
Just because I'm using the knowledge that I have with playing this type of position with the white side. And Wang Hao, did not play bishop d3.
No, he was
did
worried
not allow
about
this
the exchange sack.
rook takes knight. And
b6.
instead threw in a check and
the bishop
dropped
here.
the bishop back.
Deep stuff.
It is very deep stuff. But objectively, good or bad? Because it does seem like this bishop on a5 is out on a limb somewhere.
It's a bit out of play, like Ben Affleck. Knight h5 here, jump in.
Ben Affleck?
It's a Ben Affleck movie called Out of Play, which I greatly enjoyed.
Ah,
He's
okay.
He's a broken, cynical basketball coach who starts reluctantly coaching this high school team that doesn't seem to stand much of a chance. But then somehow he inspires them to do better, and you could say he learns as much from the team as they learn from him, and it becomes an unlikely success story.
Okay. It sounds like the same plot as, I don't know whether I should say this, the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, like Remember the Titans. No, but it's a good
Yeah.
movie. It's much darker than I made
Oh,
it sound.
okay, good.
Big fan. Keep going, Ben Affleck.
I did like the Mighty Ducks. Emilio Estevez,
That's
80s film.
That's even before
I know.
before my time. Emilio Estevez, Man at Work. What's he doing? Did he stop acting?
I don't know.
Where are you at, Emilio Estevez?
I have no idea.
Did you know he's Charlie Sheen's brother and
I
Martin
did.
Sheen's son?
I did.
Most people.
I did know that. I googled that as soon as I found out. I was like, oh, okay. My brain likes this type of useless trivia.
All right, so we think Maxime's doing all right, more or less. He could go for this weird maneuver, trying to use the absence of the bishop on the king side. Or he could, I don't know, play a normal move, knight c5. Looks like he's fine. And yeah, Wang Hao, he hasn't looked very well prepared in this event. He also keeps repeating the same line, which is usually not a good combination of things. I don't know if he's worse here, but it doesn't feel like it's going his way. It's also the type of position where you can't just make a draw with white. Maxime, once he gets out of the opening and he has some targets, he'll be happy to play. So I'd be a bit worried here for Wang Hao. And your prediction was 0-1, right? Like
That was
wouldn't
my
rule it out.
prediction. Yeah. That absolutely was my prediction. I just felt that Wang Hao, he seemed to be out of sorts. And yesterday's defeat was very painful. It was a kind of just a question of clock handling, really. And he let his advantage slip and then blundered a piece. So very, very unfortunate. But okay, these guys are resilient. And I do expect Wang Hao to put up a huge fight. And
Topalov against Topalov.
yeah, any progress there on this
What's
Nimzo
going on?
Indian?
It's still a well-known theoretical position. Just the players are taking a lot of time making their moves, which I know what it means. Bishop b7. It's not the only move here. Bishop a6 is also supposed to be fine, but so is bishop b7. So I'm not sure why they're taking all this time. Maybe they're thinking, okay, we'll make 30 moves, get to the Armageddon, but let's not do it too quickly. Let's hang out a bit.
Yeah. But what's your opinion when players take a long time out of the opening in a relatively well-known line? Do you think that they're just playing with us? I mean, is there some kind of...
Well, sometimes it's genuine. You're just a
don't
bit
know.
surprised and you try to figure out what line to play. But if you play the Queen c2 Nimzo and you end up in this position, either he prepared castles e4, that makes some sense. But if he prepared this, there is absolutely no reason to be spending that much time. So then it would be more of an indicator that maybe the game might end peacefully. So bishop b7 played, and Rajabov thinking about it. That could be that they both outmove-ordered each other too, like queen c2. Once I was expecting this, and Vesely wasn't expecting queen c2, so they're both taking one time.
Okay.
But it feels a little off.
Yeah, I can see from my database that lots and lots and lots of games have been played in it. So nothing special so far, but we'll definitely come back to this game and see what the players have in mind. Okay.
Rook d1 played, still the main line.
And okay, well, you've got the game between Giri and Anand. Looks.
Yeah, I don't think this has gone very well for Anish, just generally. He was trying to ambush Vichy in the opening, but now Vichy just has a stable position and a structure that he will understand extremely well. I learned actually from Peter Heine. There used to be this very old book, something like Experts versus the Sicilian. Peter Heine was talking about this structure with colors reversed, some accelerated dragon. That in these structures, black ideally wants to keep 4 minor pieces on the board. So that would indicate that a move like knight c7 or knight f6 is good if nothing direct happens, of course. It always depends, but it looks like here black is in time. And yeah, I don't think Anish should be too thrilled about this, because strategically it's also risky for white in these positions. Black stabilizes, black has a very good grip on the central squares, and it's not so much fun to play.
Yeah. I'm kind of looking at this position more from the white side of that you can get from a Fianchetto King's Indian.
I can turn the board if you want to look at it from the black side.
Yeah, no, and those kind of lines, you know, black always with colours, because I'm used to it looking at it from the white side with colours reversed. And those kind of positions you always see like knight takes knight happen. And say white were to, black were to capture with the queen, and then you do some kind of thing like that, but because there's no good kind of knight
you
jumps.
Can't capture with the queen.
Yeah, because of this.
Strategically, white wants to take and go bishop c3 quite often.
Yeah.
Or obviously put pressure on this pawn. So moving this knight makes sense to me, but Vichy just goes b6, adding some reinforcements here. But now
Knight takes.
Takes, and if queen takes,
well,
this knight will. This is a cute
you
move.
Can go. Oh, that's very cute. I was thinking knight g5.
Knight g5 is logical, but this is very pretty. Knight takes, queen takes, and bishop c3, regaining the piece. And white is better.
So you have to capture with the bishop.
Take with the bishop. Once again, if black stabilizes, he's fine.
I like this idea of bishop c3. I mean, it also fits in with my philosophy of always trying to swap off dark squared bishops when your opponent has fianchettoed, because then you soften up the king side.
Yeah, the problem is if black stabilizes, even with this piece distribution, I think he's still in decent shape.
And you don't get anywhere with like trading off dark square bishops and then, I don't know, saying h5.
I doubt it. h5, g5 looks very stable to me. I don't know, I just enjoy these positions with the extra space the c5 pawn gives. Anish played a3 very quickly, which once again feels slow. I'm a bit blinded here because I see the computer, and the computer says the way to play was to take, bishop takes, and pawn to b4, going for direct action.
Oh, so the idea is after capture?
It's once again, it's very random, and I think that's also why they're missing it, because it's so untypical. But this bishop h3 move, tending to play e4 next against anything.
That's surprising. I thought you were going to say queen a4 or something.
Yeah, it's a very random tactic, but
no, now you can do it.
Bishop e6. Now white obviously has good compensation. Okay, that's just computer stuff. I'll switch it off. I do like Anand's position generally if he manages to stabilize. Now he should think. If he wants to go a5, fight against b4, or just castle, or once again remove the knight. But I think b6 doesn't fit so well with that approach because it's weakening.
Yeah, I agree. I like this a5 idea. Obviously, castles is my main contender, but I like this idea that you've got your central pawn on c5 that's controlling some critical squares. Reinforce that space. I like being space monster. That's what I call Pete Svidler, actually. I noticed when I played against him, he adores grabbing the space, and it's the first time in my life I regretted only playing the Caro-Kann.
Oh, okay.
I was like, if I could meet his e4 with e5, he might not be so happy.
Can't give him an inch.
Yeah, exactly. And I knew that he was going to go the advanced Caro-Kann. I knew that he was going to come forward and grab as much space as possible and squash me. And again, the position was wild, but that's ultimately what he did.
Yeah.
Good to be a space monster.
You don't need much to not make him feel happy about his position. Usually he hates his position.
Yeah, but I never believe him when he says he hates his position. I always think, yeah, you do. You really like it.
No, I believe him.
Oh.
But I think he knows about himself that he has to price in his dislike for his own position, that it doesn't mean his position is bad. I think he knows that. But I think it's genuine, because I often feel the same way. Even if I know my position should be fine, over the board you're just sitting there thinking, what am I doing? It's a way to live your life, which is not recommended.
So chess players kind of fall into a few camps. So the pessimists and the who's an optimist?
Many guys here, for example.
Shaq, would you say?
Shaq, probably. Yeah, Maxime, I think, is probably generally an optimist. Veselin, maybe. But it's also, hard to say. I'm not sure it's so connected to playing style. To some extent it is, but it's more about the self-loathing you feel for your stupidity during the game, which usually doesn't help your chess.
No, actually I heard that, self-loathing, pitying, not good, getting upset with yourself, not great, but anger, that's actually a constructive emotion when it comes to playing chess.
Oh, okay.
Like when you feel angry, it gives you that kind of drive to just devote some more energy into resolving your problems. But getting upset, no go.
So anger good, getting upset no good? Where do you get your anger from then if you can't get upset?
Yeah, I don't get angry, I get upset. So this is where I go wrong.
But don't you have to get upset to be angry?
Yeah, sometimes you can get upset with yourself and just go, my position of why do I do this to myself one more time? And then you just go into like the depths of despair and you're like, oh, and then another mistake happens and you're like, oh.
5 stages of grief.
Yeah.
So you have to use your anger
against
your opponent, not against yourself. Wow, that makes me rethink my whole life.
Yeah. Okay, so now back to Magnus and Shaq. Well.
Yeah, they're still following
so
very sensible lines. Knight a6, Magnus could throw in Queen e2, or he could go f4 directly. I guess Queen e2 will probably prompt b5.
Yeah.
And then once again, it's these questions. If you want to take, if you don't want to take, complex.
Yeah. But okay, so I personally would push my pawn because I love pushing pawns. Just like a don't need to ask me twice type of thing. And really, do we see bishop takes knight?
I don't know, it seems
it's kind of
like it's a common theme, but it doesn't feel very natural. So, hard to say. Then again, after Queen e2, b5, f4, if White is allowed to play this, even with the knight coming to d3, looks like White is in good shape. So there is some logic to it, but it's a tough move to make. I don't know.
And a move instead, that would be like so say you went Queen e2, b5, then f4. What about a move like e5? Because you're like, whoa, don't want to allow that bishop to be locked in, so let's stop it.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure how this is. Very risky for both sides, but should still somewhat box in. If we ever get g4, g5, things will look good. I don't know.
Yeah,
complicated, but I'd be a bit worried.
I also would be worried, but then again, I probably would be worried if I were playing this position with black against the world champion. Yep. So very, very complex position on the board. I think Magnus will be feeling very happy. He certainly looked happy when he did his confessional.
Doesn't look that happy there, does he? Or maybe it's just in deep thought. Also interesting, he's no longer wearing his jacket. He's put on his Armageddon outfit for the classical. Maybe
Yeah.
he's sending a message. No Armageddon today. I mean business. Right here, right now. Or it's just warm in the playing hall.
It's probably just warm in the playing hall. But I did quite like this jumper.
Yeah.
Puma. So
What does it say? Puma?
Puma. Meltwater. Is there a MasterCard in there?
I know. Simonsen, Fogvik.
He just looks like he's in killer mode. But then again, you know him better. Now he looks like he's in.
I can never tell if he's sleepy or thinking. A bit of both. Does look like he's just studying the position. Probably trying to decide between the direct f4 or throwing in queen e2 first. Which, yeah, are both very sensible moves.
So I'm having a look around to see if there's any fireworks anywhere. No.
Nope.
Nope. Although Anish did eventually challenge the pawn on c5, but he did it at a later stage. Or am I just hallucinating?
No, he went a3. Castles takes, bishop takes, b4, so he didn't play
Yeah.
a5 or any of these fancy moves we were considering. Now he could just take. The question is, I guess the answer is no. Yeah, the answer is no if you can go for some goofier move like bishop to b2.
Ooh.
But even this I wouldn't like.
I would capture that pawn and say, thank you, dark squares.
Yeah, no, this looks too risky. Let me just briefly ask the computer if after a3 it likes a5 or not. Not particularly, but the computer is obsessed with this bishop h3 idea, which I don't think is on the radar of either of the players, because it's so atypical. Like your pattern recognition doesn't spot it. That's a nice shot, hitting this rook, which usually doesn't end up there so quickly. And if it goes anywhere, there's this e4.
Yeah.
But yeah, they made more natural moves, and now CBAB. It's nice for white strategically, but still not a big deal. Somewhere with rough equality, e5 here. All of a sudden, control a bunch of squares here.
Yeah. And also the b3 square as well. Yeah, that looks like a fight is ahead of us. Oh, apparently, we've just been told by the producers that they are still in book. Yeah, they're following the Carlsen Artemiev game from the AIM Chess.
Who's
US
that?
Rapid. Artemiev.
Giri versus Anand, or which game?
Yeah, Giri Anand.
Oh, okay. Doesn't look like they're in book. No, they might be. They might be following that game, but I'm not sure. They're aware of that. Spending a lot of time at the very least.
That's true.
And also, a lot of non-computer moves. So, seems like they're on their own.
Yep.
But okay, it always depends on your definition of in book. To me, it's just you're in book as long as you know what moves you're supposed to play. Because nowadays the line is so blurry. What's theory and what's not theory? If it's been published, is it theory? If it's been played, or just if it's the first computer line, is it theory? I think the lines have gotten blurred a lot there. So my definition is just, yeah, do you know or do you not know?
Yep, that's true. And what about Wesley against Ariane? Is Wesley doing Wesley type of things? Queen has come out to b3. Obviously not eyeing up the b7 pawn just yet, but maybe one fine day.
Yeah. No. As I said, I think strategically these positions are just fine for black as long as the pawn is on a5, because d4 or b4, the two breaks white really has realistically, in these situations aren't so much on the agenda. So I think Ariane's doing okay. I'm a bit curious how Wesley wants to increase the pressure, but maybe he's also not looking for anything specific and just trying to keep the tension. Aggressive way to play could be knight h5, trying to hop in here. Often for white, it's a bit of a disadvantage having played h3 in these structures, which is a useful move, but here often you would want the pawn back on h2, so you can play g3 with a cleaner conscience. No, I think Ion's doing pretty all right.
Yep, it looks like that, especially that knight h5 move. It will come as no surprise to you that I actually like that move. It's the kind of aggressive move that kind of signals your intention and also says to Wesley, I'm not scared of you.
He's probably still scared.
Yeah, but if the moves say otherwise, then, you know, it's okay to have this disconnect between the mind and the chess pieces.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Arjan. Looks
He told me actually that he was feeling good.
nice.
Yeah, he just needed some coffee to wake himself up and good. And that's all you need.
He had his birthday on the rest day. There's this theory that the 2 weeks after your birthday, you have some extra energy. I don't know
really?
why. It's probably nonsense, but it's a theory I've heard.
Okay. No, I have never heard that one. I know that chess players don't like playing on their birthday.
Nope.
I've heard that it brings them bad luck. To me, I don't care.
Wow.
It depends if it's a big birthday. I guess that one would maybe make me think and question my life somewhat, but otherwise, it's like,
Tell me
cares?
about it.
who cares?
Turning
you know?
30 soon. It's
Yeah,
gonna be rough.
it is going to be rough, especially the second time. It's like you think, that's a good moment. It's a good moment in life to turn 30 young. I can recommend it.
Yeah, I'll take stock. Things I've achieved, things I haven't.
Yeah.
Where to go from here.
I feel like the 30s bring calmness.
I hope so. I hope
40s
so.
bring acceptance.
Sounds like the 5 stages of grief.
I don't know what the 50s bring. What do you think the 50s? Maybe you get some like second wind in your sail. Well, Anand, we can ask Anand. You know, he's got a second wind in his sail. He's
Got like the 5th wind in his sail.
yeah. But you know, people had written him off. You know, people was like already retiring, and here he is at 53, leading the
52,
tournament.
how dare you?
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
I think.
But you're just messing with me.
No, I think he's 52.
Okay, I thought I read 53. But anyway, okay, 52. We'll say 52.
We'll have to look it up.
Yeah. So anyway, most people had kind of like retired by then. Like Kasparov retired at 45, didn't he? And Kramnik said that he was now 46, 47, and he was no way going to consider coming back to chess. Too tiring. He's feeling his age, and here's Vichy playing fantastic chess.
Yeah. He hasn't played a lot of classical chess recently, so it makes it even more impressive. First classical tournament since 2019.
Oh, chat is telling me no, 52.
Yes.
52, so my apologies, not 53. And yeah, living an extremely healthy lifestyle.
Does he?
I have no idea.
Me neither.
But I do know that Vichy was on that kind of edge, that cusp of when chess players started to get fit. Because before then, you know, chess players were extremely unfit. They didn't do any training whatsoever. And then Kasparov kind of like turned it around. Karpov also became very, very fit. These became serious athletes. And so did Anand. For preparation for the World Championship match, he was training hard. I don't know, I've always thought that like the Bob Finnicks of the world were not fit. They spent more time indoors than outdoors. Which is probably true of most chess players actually, come to think of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I still associate the Vichy, Kramnik generation. I'm sure they did their exercise, but even especially before World Championship matches, but more with, being more scientists, opening researchers, chess players, and then athletes. I would think that that trend started a bit more. Maybe it's also spirit of the times, but with Magnus, who's always made it a big priority, his physical fitness. But yeah, of course, Vichy does his exercise
Yeah.
before, especially before matches. I'm sure he has some sort of plan.
Yeah. Magnus does take it to another level. I know someone who played in the same team as Magnus, and he said they wouldn't prepare for their games. All they would do is play football. And somehow it gave everyone this extra boost of energy. My friend was very doubtful whether this would work, but it did.
Yeah, I've been at Magnus training camps. I normally fake an injury early on, so I don't have to run around in the sun for 4 hours. And you guys do your thing. Like, I'll take a nap.
And yeah, we have some comments as well. Blue Haze telling us that Korchnoi trained hard physically for his matches with Karpov. I saw some of those pictures though.
I've seen a video of him running with his seconds.
And he was running with Ray Keane and
Yeah.
I think Michael Steen.
Could be.
Yeah. But those
No, it's
World
not like
Championships
no
will
chess
never...
player has ever done any exercise.
Yeah.
But the degrees and how much of a priority they make it, and if it's a regular habit or a training thing before matches, I think differs greatly from case to case.
And okay, so I see you have Rajabov against Topolov on the board. Yeah. Does that mean we've left the realms of theory? I'm just going to check.
Nah, it's still a well-known position, and yeah, the timing is somewhat odd, as mentioned.
Yep. Okay, and I can see there's been about 10 games played. Yeah. Can you guess the result of all 10 games?
Yes. I can also guess the result of this one.
Oh, Guru, tell us. Half-half.
We shall see.
Okay, yeah.
B6 played by Arjan, also fine, just so that he never has to worry about this pawn hanging. I was slightly concerned, but I'm not sure how big of a deal it is, that this queen b5, keeping an eye on the knight, could be more annoying after b6, because this knight is no longer covered by a pawn, so it's harder to use the queen for more active duty. But yeah, not sure how big a deal it is, but it feels somewhat loose to me, this b6 move, if he didn't have to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, once again, it's nuances.
Yeah, very sophisticated play. And let's head back to Magnus against Mamadjarov. I think Queen e2 has just been played on the board, so b5, natural move.
Well, there's also, once again, computer even likes taking directly and knight e5, but is he really doing that? Schach, the King's Indian bishop, the Gufeld bishop. Was Gufeld famous enough to claim that's his bishop? As a kid, somehow I often read the Gufeld bishop books. Who's Gufeld?
Yeah, I read his book, The Mona Lisa. I thought it was quite a nice book.
I thought it was a drawing or something.
Yeah, it does sound like a drawing, but it's a game of chess that he played.
Was it himself winning with black in some King's Indian?
Yes, that's right.
He wrote a whole book about one game he played?
Apparently he made a career out of this game, which is quite impressive. Well, that was actually not that. Hang on a second. That was someone criticizing Gufeld.
I must have played one good game at some point. I have to check the database and write a book about it.
Yeah. And you're trying to make a career out of it, to go on the lecture circuit, talk about this one game. This is the way forward.
I didn't know that worked in chess. It's like a musician,
music.
a one-hit wonder who just keeps opening car dealerships, playing his one song.
Yeah, but also some artists have made a whole career just out of that one tune, and they just become legends. Simon Cowell said that about Britney Spears. Said to her.
What? He called Britney Spears a one-hit wonder?
No, he didn't call her one-hit wonder. He said that.
She literally has a song saying, "Oops, I did it again."
Yeah.
It's just wrong.
It's a great song.
It is. That's what I'm saying.
But okay, it wasn't my words. It was Simon Cowell. He kind of said that track, the baby one
Hit
more
me,
time.
baby, one more
That's
time.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
That made a career for her.
Well,
After that, she became a
first
star.
Yeah, not
and
arguing
she could
with
not
that,
go wrong.
She's had so many.
Ooh, okay. Wait one second. Shaq showing his creativity.
Knight b4.
Didn't even bother to defend the pawn. Queen takes pawn, and I guess the idea is knight c2.
Yeah. It's also the name of Nigel Short's rock band, Knight b4.
Is it? Oh, yeah, the night before. Yeah.
I think it's a play on words because it's a chess move, but it could also mean the night,
Yeah.
as in when it turns dark before.
Do you know?
And b4 you can both read as b number 4
Yeah.
and b-e-f-o-r-e. I think it's humor.
Yeah. I think it's very funny now that you've spelled it out for me.
You're welcome.
It makes perfect sense. And on that subject, I got tagged in a Twitter joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
congrats.
It was. Do you want to hear it? You'll
Please,
be very
please.
impressed. Okay. It says, why don't you take Caracan players out on a boat?
I don't know.
Because they get c6.
Oh,
Not bad. Not bad.
it's
I
fantastic.
gave it a like. I gave it a like. I didn't give it a smiley or a laugh. Our producers are saying, no, Jovi, quit your job as a comedian. Ain't gonna happen.
It's a fantastic joke. I'm still laughing on the inside.
Anyway, yeah, I'm glad to hear that you approve.
Let me tell you what's wrong with knight b4.
Okay,
He takes.
yeah,
The point is knight c2, double attack.
the knight d5.
Now, indeed, knight d5. And but there's trouble. You can't take here because this is check.
Mm-hmm.
So black has to take, let's say cd, queen c2. White is better. I'm not sure how much better, like d4, but it looks a little more pleasant for white. Maybe the line continues. You have the two bishops, you still have some potential here.
Yeah,
Actually, yeah, my computer says not much. Okay, c8. Interesting.
yeah. So maybe not quite so wrong.
Not
with
that wrong.
the night before. Yeah. Okay. Well, everything's playful.
Yeah, Magnus in deep thought. What we shall do is do a very quick tour through all the boards and then take a very long break.
Okay. Your wish is my command. Go for it. Let's assess this position.
Yeah, it seems fine. I don't know if he's better, but I'd
Fine
take
for
black
who? Take black.
because
Yeah.
he has fewer islands. Speaking of Nigel Short and humor, he likes mentioning it in positions like this that if you're the Greek minister of tourism, that's great to have many islands, but if you're a chess player, it's no good.
Yeah. Yeah, we also have an expression on the tour that e-pawn got no mates. It's good to have mates when you're a pawn. So, yeah. No, I agree with you. Black is slightly better. Okay, no disagreement there. MVL pushing for the win. My prediction was that MVL would win, so good news for me. And let's move on to the next. Oh, this was
CB-AB on the board, Vichy taking his time here. Looks roughly equal, queen d6.
Queen d6.
Or a5 or whatnot. I think a draw is a favorite, but Vichy will be fine.
Yeah, I suspect we'll see more life explode into the position. The best is yet to come, and let's go on to Wesley against Ariane.
Yeah, still the same.
Just-
I'm not so big on b6, but nothing much has happened. Now after rook e1, he didn't play queen b5. I'm thinking, I could be wrong, but might be a good moment to remove this queen. But yeah, the problem for white is his pawn breaks are very limited. It's really only d4, and you have to time it well, because if nothing direct happens, this knight might just stand here. Maybe this is a moment here where e5 could be an option. I'm not sure, but it's very double-edged. Like this d4 and giving all these squares to the knights, I'm genuinely not sure. Knight f4 could also end badly.
Yeah, suddenly the positions you're showing look quite wild. I don't like them for white.
No, probably the it's not the time to go d4 yet. But if you can't do it, there are limited ways to make progress.
Yeah, and if you can't do it, then black is simply going to have some fun along the F line, right?
Yeah, it's also not like there's checkmate there. White is super solid if he stands 92 and g3. But Wesley's going to try to win somehow.
Yeah.
But unclear how.
Well, again, this is brewing up nicely. And then let's go on to the final game between... Oh no, we haven't checked out Rajabov and Topalov. That was kind of more or less headed to the calm waters.
Yeah, I think it's
a draw.
still theory. No, takes, DC. The queen goes somewhere.
Yes, very much still theory. Everyone finished the game in a draw. You reckon? Draw. And then we have this one, which looks like...
Yeah, Magnus went for this 95. CD, queen c2, d4, bishop d2, rook c8, something like this. Yeah, the queen goes somewhere. Looks strategically risky for black, but apparently move by move, as they say. It's still holding.
Yep. And that concludes our little roundup. And now is the time for us to take a short break and see you after the break. And we're back, and we are ready to dive into the action that is Magnus Carlsen against Vachier-Lagrave, because not that much has happened, but Shaq's knight is attacking Magnus Carlsen's queen, has to move.
Is he going to spot it?
I think he will. But I did notice that before he played this queen, well, just after he played this queen b3 move, he gave a little bit of a wry smile that kind of indicated that he went to one place, the confessional, and I think he did. I think they're just going to make it ready for us, but we will soon see what Magnus is thinking about this position. I mean, yeah, he has to move the queen. I would personally move the queen to a3.
Yeah, so will he. If he wasn't going to go to a3, there's no point in going to b3, then he could have also retreated. But now, this must be the idea. I don't know what the position is. White looks somewhat better to me, but it's still double-edged strategically if this pawn can ever go here and be an asset, or if it will just be lost. I guess in this case, White would end up surrounding it. Rook d1, bishop e3, potentially take the pawn, which doesn't have to lead to a win, but at least White would be better with the opposite color bishops and an extra pawn. Maybe there's also some options to go b4. So probably pushing the pawn is a bit premature. Armageddon would have to, I don't know what he should do. b6, move the queen away. Very complicated. The computer says equal, but I still think Magnus will be content with what he got, because there are so many strategic imbalances that there's plenty of room to outplay the opponent.
Yeah. There's one thing that concerns me about Magnus's position, and that's his light square bishop. It looks like it could be a great piece, also could just be trapped behind his own pawns.
Yeah, he's dreaming still of going e5, f4, making his bishop powerful and the black bishop weak. That's a long way to go. Still, e5 is always in the air. Like, let's say b6, this could already be an option. e5, bishop takes. Rook here, although white is a pawn down. Black position looks a little loose, bishop goes somewhere. I don't know, just making moves, but something like this looks quite interesting for it.
Yeah, pressure on the e6 pawn, and definitely something very uncomfortable for black. Queen a3 on the board. Unfortunately, these grandmasters do spot these attacks. And we are still facing a very complex position ahead. And, I see one of our producers moving over. Our confession is ready. Let's see what Magnus has to say about this position.
Veldig interessant stilling vi har nå, egentlig. Han har gitt tilbake bonden, og så men på en måte fått ut brikkene og fått en sterk fribonde på D4, så stillingen har endret veldig karakter. Mine største trumfer er at enda at jeg har løpebære og bedre kongestilling. Så skal jeg også innrømme at med løper D2 så avveker jeg fra det som hadde vært i forberedelsene mine, som var løper F4. Jeg bare skjønte ikke hvor løperen skulle til F4. Og jeg visste ikke så mye mer om den stillingen uansett, og da tenkte jeg bare det var bedre å prøve å tenke selv, i og med at uansett ikke visste så veldig mye. Men jeg tipper stillingen er relativt lik, sånn objektivt sett, men masse å spille for.
And Magnus still giving us those confessions in Norwegian. And well, he kind of went along the lines of the position is relatively balanced.
That's what you took from this?
That's really what I
really
took from it.
Question. You speak any Norwegian?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't. It's just that I understand the basics of it, and then suddenly there's like some things where he mentioned the bishop coming to f4. And well, one thing that he said, black has a very strong pass pawn. He's banking on the two bishops. He mentioned throwing in the bishop at f4, He didn't quite know why the bishop would go to f4. I didn't also quite understand why he referenced the bishop going to f4. So, what to do?
You're in luck. My Norwegian is flawless, as we know, so I can explain everything. He said he got his pawn back, and now he has the somewhat better king's position. But in this position after d4, he moved the bishop to d2, and he considered putting the bishop on f4. But then he thought to himself, nah. Although it was a good move, potentially, because you would like to provoke e5, after which the bishop has to go back. And then, yada, yada, yada. Black also has his trumps.
Yeah. So together, we make the perfect combo, you know, because I have some Norwegian, your German is helping you figure out this bishop f4, which I didn't understand.
No, I don't speak a lot of Norwegian, but since my wife is Norwegian and she speaks Norwegian with my kids, you pick up bits and pieces. But at some point, I should make an effort to learn the language. How hard can it be?
Oh,
it's hard to take. Ooh. It doesn't sound so scary, no? Like pawn sounds scary. But Norwegian, what is it? Bonne? Like,
yeah, bonne, yeah.
It's hard to be afraid of the bonne.
It's a
on
farmer.
d4, yeah.
What is it not the same in German?
Yeah,
Bonde?
Bauer.
Farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And okay, so Vagan is helping us out in chat, and Vagan is saying that Magnus said that bishop f4 was prep. And then I've done some misclicks and it went away. Hang on, now I'll bring it back up again. He said bishop f4 was prep, but he didn't understand that position any better and felt like playing a move he understood instead.
So we no longer have to pretend, yeah, because when Peter Heine is here, it's always this big show, like, oh yeah, this position I've never seen before, but it looks very, very interesting.
Yeah. Looks like Daniel
strategic
Dubov
imbalances,
might have
blah, blah, blah. Well, obviously, all of this is still known, and yeah, Magnus. He went rogue with bishop d2.
Yeah.
How dare you, Magnus?
Well, he could. How very dare you? Who says that? That must be some British thing.
What's
that?
that?
How dare you? How very dare you? I don't know. It's a British thing. Must be a film.
How very dare you?
Yeah.
The very sounds wrong.
Yeah. It's some old British sitcom probably. Okay, so queen to d7.
Yeah, good move.
Good move. Yeah, great.
Well played. Unpinning. This pawn is probably too hot to handle. Not a TV show I've watched. Pawn to d3 and black all of a sudden gets a lot of counterplay.
Yeah, you know, don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to.
Yeah, in this tournament, they don't want no scrubs.
I'm glad that I found someone who will play along. My usual reaction that I get when I try to do these things is like, what are you talking about? I'm like, okay.
Have you seen the very underrated movie, The Other Guys?
No, I haven't.
First of all, fantastic movie. Secondly, there's this head of police who only speaks in TLC quotes. It's a bit disturbing. But yeah, he has a lot of good advice, like don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah. It's and yes, chat was helping me out with the "How very dare you." It's from the Catherine Tate show. Nan, she says, "How very dare you," with like a Cockney accent. Thank you, frustrated duck.
Okay. So queen d7, roughly equal, but still very complex position strategically. Either side could be better. The price of a move is high.
Yeah.
We shall see.
And talking about prices being high, is the price right for Wesley?
Wow, that's a great segue if I've ever heard one.
I'm sorry, I will stop.
Arjen still looks fine, he's stable. Once again, the usual problem that white doesn't have pawn breaks. See how ambitious Arjan feels if he's willing to push the g-pawn up the board.
Yeah.
Could also wait. It's unclear to me what Wesley could do. No, in general, yeah, it's the rule of thumb is if the pawns are on a4 and a5, taking on e6 does not give you an advantage. And this game doesn't seem like it's changing that time-honored wisdom. So Arjan looking good.
Yep. I like Arjan's position. And okay, I saw that you moved on very quickly to Anish against Vichy.
What happened here?
What happened?
He got
White
the
has
two
got
bishops.
the bishops.
How do you get the
Ooh.
bishops? Vichy, known lover of knights, gave the bishop. A move I would never even have considered. Took on f3.
And then presumably knight to g4, and then the bishop moves somewhere. But Vichy's being very, very clever here if he's saying that the light square bishop is just pointing at an empty row. It's got no value. I mean, how effective is that strategy? Oh, he didn't even take... Yeah, okay, bishop takes is forced.
He had to take with the
Yeah,
bishop,
yeah.
so Vichy's trying to win some time with this operation. Queen d6, bishop d2 back, rook to c8. Rook
Chase
to
that knight
c8.
away.
Not a move the computer likes. Wanted to play more directly, as they tend to. Wanted queen e6, keeping an eye on this. And then if e3, knight b3. But yeah, rook c8, natural move. But now e3, knight b5. If anybody's better, it's white. d4. Knight c3.
Knight c3.
Guess you take.
You take it off.
The structure slightly favors white. His bishop seems a little better than the black bishop. Might still be close to equality, but I like this for white. Queen a4. We think about h5, having a check here,
Yeah.
taking the pawn.
No, that looks really dangerous for whites, you know, especially because, like you pointed out, black starts square bishop just blocked in. So, no, I don't think black can take that as a way out. He has to kind of go for other routes, maybe keep the knight on the board, because after all, that bishop on d2, bit of a bad piece.
It's a bishop though. If white is just allowed to play d4, queen b3, it will also be suffering. Anand has to keep playing very directly here. Yeah, this whole operation, bishop takes f3, it's shocking to me, but the former world champion, he's known for not being so afraid of playing with bishop and knight against the two bishops, and also being excellent at it. Still, surprising strategic decision to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't definitely not have played it myself. I mean, it goes against everything I've been taught. But then again, I'm an international master. This is former world champion, so I'm not going to question it too much.
What to do?
Yeah.
We are of course aware that Vichy is a fantastic player and will know what he's doing. But it's a job to criticize the moves, no? What can we do?
Yes, we can criticize the moves. No one will think badly of me if I do that.
Oh!
Oh,
Draw.
no, really? No?
They finished before Rajabov Topalov.
Oh no, but I got my prediction wrong.
Yeah.
You got it right. So I said Wang Hao MVL. I thought Wang Hao was maybe on tilt, maybe out of shape, feeling uncomfortable, would lose it. And instead he said, no, I've steadied the ship. I'm going for a draw. I'm going to be guaranteed to pick up 1 point. It's good strategy. You were right. I was wrong.
No,
I
I think
admit.
you were also right. I'm a bit surprised that Maxime is happy. Ending the game here. Could have looked for ways to prolong it, but probably didn't find anything and thought, okay, let's take the move repetition. Wow. This show is still ongoing. Will be a draw, but probably not
Yep.
yet.
Ooh, but still, it looks quite intriguing position. It's kind of not every day that you see the white king side totally underdeveloped. And black's king a little bit exposed. Well, how's white going to neutralize this? Is it just time to start giving some checks?
He will know. But
Rook h3, rook g3, and then queen g4. Yeah, nice, nice move. So, okay. Timur Radjabov and Vasilin Topalov headed to a draw.
Rook h3 on the board.
Oh, okay.
Who would have thought?
How many moves?
This is move 18.
18.
Still got 12 to go.
I had a prediction with I had a bet actually with the producers. They thought under 30 moves. I thought over 30 moves.
Isn't there a 30 move rule? I mean, move repetition, of course, also gets the job done.
Yeah, exactly. So
Rook d5, or even the endgame should be.
I think I'm going to be wrong again. Do you have to go B? Yeah, you don't. You need to protect your c5 pawn.
There are many ways.
Yeah.
Will be a draw.
Okay.
I'd be shocked. This game now doesn't end.
Okay. Well, we will keep an eye on the Armageddon match between Wang Hao and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. When that appears, we will follow the excitement there because, quite frankly, Armageddons, they're the best thing ever in chess. Best invention. And do we have any progress when it comes to...
No, we're still thinking.
No?
Make a move, Magnus.
Well, he has all the time in the world. 1 hour of it, right?
Yeah.
And
What's the one? There's a move.
Well, nice move. Attacking the knight.
Hits the knight. The knight will be covered. And then the question is again, f4 looks normal. Intending to play e5. And does black allow that?
No, absolutely
does
not.
black go e5 himself?
Yes.
I'm not sure e5 is so committal. I don't know.
But if you allow white to lock the bishop down, this looks a little bit
have
scary.
something direct here.
Because it's not just the bishop that's going to get chased away.
Check.
King goes out of the way.
Can we go knight e4? I guess.
Yeah.
Stuff is hanging.
And then I guess do we have time for the bishop to go?
There's also queen b4 if we want to be fancy.
Could we be ultra fancy and try to... No. I was thinking of ways to eliminate that pawn. Rook. Yeah, I like queen b4. It's nice.
Yeah, but maybe this is even fancier. And then if takes queen d4.
Yeah.
We'll find out. It's still a very sharp position. Also, there's f4. I always have mixed feelings because it slightly exposes the white king. But still this idea, but I'm not sure.
But you could also not reveal your cards too soon and maybe kick away the knight first and then...
No, the thing is with b4 anywhere, then the knight jumps here, I thought, and I wasn't sure if that helps us.
I was thinking of then playing f4 and locking the bishop out.
Yeah.
But knight c...
This knight is annoying.
It is annoying, I admit that. But then you can't have everything, so king goes to h2. And you're going to have to commit. e5 or not.
Still very sharp. This game's going to be fun.
Definitely. And talking about fun, is there any fun happening in the Anish against Anand game?
Played h5, didn't go d4 directly. h5, g5, d4 still looks normal. Is he gonna go f4?
Ooh.
Live a little. That looks wrong. Don't touch the f pawn, Anish.
No, I was thinking about d4.
Yeah.
You should just say small gains, and then that's it. And now you have this beautiful control over the light squares.
Something like this.
Yeah. It's a niggle. It's unpleasant for Vichy. Then again, you know, when you're defending, you know, he just has to remember that how Magnus defended yesterday, take some inspiration and just be in a good mood.
Hope your opponent doesn't find Queen G4 or Queen A4. There you go.
Yeah, that's true. I learned a new expression today. It was quite funny. Yeah, it was. I was having a discussion with my performance coach.
You have a performance coach?
I do have a performance coach.
For chess commentary?
No, for chess playing, because, well, you know, he approached me and I thought, you know, this would be really fun actually to see what I can do. And he was kind of saying to me that the rugby players, a coach approached them and said, you know, when you're attacking, you should think of this as party zone. So instead of labeling it with like negative assumptions or some words that you kind of imply pressure, you should just kind of term things so that they're relaxed. And so like when you're attacking, party zone. So this is the party zone. Invite everyone to the party, have your fun with the pieces. And when it comes to the defense, it's the family zone. You look after your pieces. You all toe together. And I was like, you know me, I love a bit of cheese. So I'm like, yeah, this is amazing.
Why are all these coaches always about positive thinking? Like, there must be some negative thinking coaches out there. If anybody is a performance coach who does it slightly differently, let me know. Maybe there's a market inefficiency that they're also.
But it is actually, this conversation actually resulted from an observation that you made about me.
What did I say?
You said to me, and I thought it was really incisive. You said, Jovanka, why are you so negative about the time?
Oh, but I was being tongue-in-cheek because I'm such a hater.
Well, he's like, why only for 4.5 minutes? And I was like, yeah, Jovi, why are you saying only 4.5 minutes when it could be like, yeah, he's got 4 minutes on the clock. Exciting. Look how much time you have. So I was like, yeah, I like it. I like where you're going. So
I had no idea you're discussing every remark I make with your therapist. I'll have to be much more careful now in the future. I apologize.
No.
I always thought of you as
coming.
a glass half full type of person.
I am a glass half full type of person. But no. But it wasn't. It was just an observation that you made, and it made an impact. And I thought, I like it.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
You're welcome, performance coach, that I keep you in business with my with my psychoanalysis.
But anyway, yeah. So B6 on the board, and
Magnus thinking.
He's thinking. What do you think he's going to go for? Take the plunge with F4. Play a more cautious move, maybe King H2. Is he
family zone or
family
party
zone? Yeah, party.
I don't know.
It works, doesn't it? It really works for chess. Well, this is like the new big expression. When you're defending, family zone. You don't have to worry too much about the stress about that you might get checkmated. You just gotta look after my family. Look after the grandfather there at the back.
You're thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. So I think I would be going for B4, but
I don't know. It feels too loose to me, but I'm also not sure. Like this E5 looks nice, but it's also so random to just hang a pawn for opening some lines.
Wow.
I can't really predict at all.
I just had a look at the computer suggestions, and okay, E5 came to mind. I did not think about the golden rule. My bad. When you're stuck for a plan, you push Harry. This is the golden rule.
Golden rule.
It's a new way of playing chess. It's the way. Don't watch that TV series, by the way. The Mandalorian. That's so weird.
No, I don't watch any of the Star Wars stuff.
Yeah, but it does make actually a lot of sense. The king can go to H2, bishop H3, H5, soften up. Yeah.
He might just do it.
Yeah. No, I came to appreciate the advantages of pushing the H pawn after I did commentary with, the original himself, Simon Williams. And I was told by absolutely everyone, just make him stop pushing Harry. It's so bad. It doesn't work in every type of situation. And I kid you not, every single time he suggested it, it was like a great move. After that, I was like, okay, I'm converted. Preaching to the choir.
But does he actually ever do it?
Yeah.
Push the H-pawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does it all the time. Yeah.
Just checking.
Just checking,
That he's
yeah.
not
And in fact,
abusing Harry to create this persona of a chess maverick, while all his games are like quiet positional Englishes. We don't want that, Simon Williams.
no, we don't want quite positional Englishes. Actually, he plays a lot of them, doesn't he?
Saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But H4, excellent move here.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. It's good. And I was also really impressed that Pragnanda did it in the Champions Chess Tour. He just pushed it all the way up to H6. Thorn in black side.
Yeah.
That is the
Long way to go.
Mm-hmm. And
Magnus looks like he's getting ready to make a decision.
Where's his hand?
Like it's like
in the center, right?
F pawn. Look like a central hand motion. Is it gonna be E5? But he likes his pawns. He's not the type to just give one up.
He gave one up in the opening. And
Yeah, but there was prep. That's
yeah, that is true. No, he's going for
there
it.
it comes.
E5.
Whoa, he's done it. That's impressive, actually. Like we could see, the computer likes it, but it's just a very interesting decision, freeing up this guy if it gets taken. White doesn't win the pawn back directly or anything, but he's just saying, I fed two birds with one scone. I freed my bishop and I freed my rook. And now there are targets before, I don't know, knight a4, queen b3, or maybe it's smart to take here first. The pieces are breathing, while h4, bishop h3, still very much on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting stuff by Magnus.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Also, it kind of makes good positional sense. Release the light square bishop, which could be troublesome. So, yeah, great decision by the world champion. But he has to, okay. So Shaq has to take that. Presumably, he can't just
Not
allow.
sure. What does Compy say?
Actually,
Can you go like queen a4? Is that
it is saying queen a4. It's actually suggesting
out?
that as the top move. But I mean, how does that work out? Queen takes queen, presumably. Knight takes, lock the bishop out, or hang on a second. Do I have to? I have to defend.
Well, that's a question. Maybe you don't have to, but I'm not sure. What this position is? That position is very nice, but it's also missing a pawn. Very complex. The bishop is not dead forever. It can one day return.
But maybe you have these ideas of bishop out too. Yeah, I was going to play bishop b4, but then I realized that there is a counterattack.
Yeah, there's
Knight d3.
some jumps.
So I kept quiet and then pretended I was thinking about the light square bishop.
Makes sense. No, queen a4 is a weird move. Also, can we just go f4 to at least keep two a pawns? Looks like white should be better.
Yeah, but how are you going to dislodge the knight? Or it's never going to happen, right?
Never. Maybe.
Then just rook
Still some
c4 and then
pressure.
just...
Black does nothing. He should suffer a little.
Yeah.
Decisions. Also, that's nice about e5. It's giving Mamedyarov options. And sometimes, if you make all the logical moves, but your opponent also only has one or two logical moves to reply.
Well,
It's not so easy.
He's,
Here,
it looks like he's reaching for...
he wants that pawn.
The pawn, he's going to take
takes it.
He's a pawn grabber.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes. Okay, so now we are expecting
Yeah, rook
Magnus
E1
to start attacking
very normal.
that bishop. Rook E1, start piling the pressure on the E6 pawn.
There we see
Ooh.
Van Hou and Maxime.
Okay, we're going to take a pause from the Magnus Carlsen game and go on to the Armageddon adventure. So
The game doesn't show up here yet. Anything I have to do? Ah, here it
here
is.
it is.
All right, it's there.
Okay, what do you predict? And MVL in the zone.
Van Hou, go for some d4. You haven't
Yeah.
gotten anywhere in these Najdorfs. Against Maxime, you played d4.
But having said that, E4 seems to be the winning move when it comes to playing Armageddon with the white pieces.
Yeah, not against Maxime. Like he lost against Rajabov in this quiet
That's
Queen's
true.
Gambit accepted. And he always felt a bit shakier in his Grunfelds or other openings he's experimenting with than in his Najdorfs, especially if you don't have any particular idea up your sleeve. And it didn't look like Van Hou had from the tournament game. Van Hou's thinking about it.
On your marks, when are they going to begin? They're probably beginning. It's going to start in 1 minute, right?
They're both there already. Might as well start.
Exactly. And the arbiters are saying handshake. That's it. They're off. Ooh, he's followed your advice.
D4, excellent move.
Knight F6.
Way to go. Knight F3,
And then we have
G6.
Grunfeld. Not
Come
just
on,
yet.
Van Hou. C4. No nonsense. No bishop moves. I
Yeah,
could feel
he's
it.
gone for London. You know, I can't deny the advantages of a London system. Now watch out for that dark square bishop.
Watching.
D6 on the board. Okay, you don't have to go H3, but he's gone it.
Gotta make that square where the bishop can sit and then hope that one day he will rejoin
Yeah.
the battle.
It often gets forgotten about, though.
Really?
yeah,
I thought
yeah.
that's the one thing every London player knows.
Exactly.
Play H3.
Exactly.
First moment.
I know, and a lot of my students were London players, and they saying to me, "Don't worry, Ovi, that bishop, it will get reincarnated one day," and they were right. And I said, "Yeah, but at the top levels, it's not going to happen." And then it did.
They knew.
They knew they're onto something. Okay, but we have a Queen B6 on the board.
Yeah. Queen C1. Van Hou not in the mood to give Maxime any pawns here. It is supposed to be fairly sound setup, and
A bishop.
he has to be a bit careful because there are these lines with, how does it go?
Then they take.
Can't remember where they take and go E5. Is that
Yeah.
here? Takes an E5. I thought that was a thing.
Yeah, it definitely is a thing to capture. No, it is a thing.
No. DE knight D5. This is supposed to be better for black. So after CD, you're supposed to play CD, but then knight D5, bishop F5. But Maxime, he doesn't spend his time studying the London system. He just goes bishop F5, getting some pieces out. Knight B2. But now white isn't time to go C takes D, E takes D, which is important.
Yep, and he's got it now. Now the knight's on D2. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever to capture with the C pawn.
Yeah.
So knight D5 on the board. Bishop drops back to H2.
Yeah, someone. I guess here you go to G3. Because there's no knight H5 to be worried about. And then no reason to block this H2 square for the king or whoever. I'm not sure what he wants. Maybe bishop G3, bishop H6 looks nice and active, but it feels a bit like anti-calories. He went to H2. How dare you disagree with me?
Yeah, okay. I love it when the players make the same mistakes as me. Because I do actually think it's a mistake for the reasons you outlined.
Yeah, I thought I was right, but...
But, okay. Maxime probably going to develop a knight out to C6.
Yeah, well, this position is strategically risky for black. white gets everything he wants, castles, knight c4, rook e1, bishop f1. This, yeah, don't like that much. It's this moment where you had the time, since white hasn't castled yet, to force the issue. I think that mattered. Still, it's not like Maxime is lost or anything, just that now Wang Hao has a chance.
And talking about clock times, MVL is under 5 minutes, plenty of time, whilst Wang Hao is maintaining his 3-minute advantage and got 8.5 minutes. Loads of
A8
time.
played, knight c4,
Queen to
queen somewhere.
c7. Yeah, so
I
it's-
guess maybe now you go a4, just not to have to worry about b5, anything happening on the c file. I think white is slightly better here.
I agree. I like your a4 move to take space.
Yeah.
But I mean, after that, it's not really that easy for white to come up with a plan.
No,
Same,
white has a
same.
bunch of useful moves. No, rook e1, bishop f1, a5 potentially.
Okay. But black has, I don't think black has a single plan at all, right?
Yeah.
e5? But then again,
E5
that
will
feels like it's doing white's job of lengthening the bishop for the, sorry, lengthening the diagonal for the dark squared bishop.
Thinking about it, probably trying to evaluate if he needs a4 or if he can go whatever, rook e1 directly, b5, knight e3, which also looks reasonable.
Yep. And we have to remind ourselves that Wang Hao must win this Armageddon match. MVL has started the game with less time, but he does have draw odds in compensation. And there you can see that they will get a 1-second increment added after move 40. A win, counting for 1.5 points. A loss, 1 point. Knight.
Why is he done knight e3
I
deliberately?
didn't-
Whoa,
I didn't expect that.
why?
I don't know.
You need to win, Wang Hao.
Okay.
That's surprising. Could have waited for b5 at least.
I guess his plan is to just wait a little bit, improve the position as much as possible. Queen.
Let's see, one
Queen
queen back to
b6.
b6.
I guess you can drop the queen back to d2 as well.
Yeah, or play, I don't know if b4 is too weakening. Could be.
Yeah, it might be very, very good. But I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, now it feels like it's asking too much from this poor pawn. He goes knight h4. Bishop d7. What's the knight doing there? Knight h4, queen d2. They're just making moves.
They are just making moves, but making moves is good because when they get to move 40, they will get that added 1-second increment. And, well,
Maxime went e5, changing the structure, accepting this slightly weakened backward pawn, and Wang Hao returns with his knight to f3.
but now it really, apart from there being an obvious threat of knight takes knight on the board, it does feel like white has a very easy target.
Now he goes bishop e6. I thought maybe bishop b5. So if knight takes f3, bishop e6. Now he's slightly worse. Not in desperate trouble
rook
worse, but let's say
d1.
knight d4. Ah, he starts with rook d1. Also looks fine.
And can you play like knight c4? Oh, he's gone for bishop c4. No. Also quite nice, your idea. So the bishop takes bishop is met by knight takes knight. Check. And now this is a little bit awkward. I guess you have to move your knight out of the way.
Yeah.
Knight d4, knight g, maybe not knight g5.
Yeah, rook d1 feels like it gave Maxime a bit of breathing space again. Because You could take the knight on e5, but then d takes e, repairs black structure, and it shouldn't be much. So now they've both made an effort not to play too slowly, but it looks like there were some inaccuracies along the way. Knight to d4 played by Wang Hao. He has to keep the tension in some way. It feels like black now is active enough. Bishop takes e2, knight c4, rook e8, or rook e8 first, in some order. Not sure if white will manage to keep control.
Well, he will have to keep control because MVL has under 3 minutes, and bishop exchanges on the board.
Yeah, he takes and rook e8, very normal.
Yep, knight c4 threatened, so you have to move your queen away or perhaps indirectly defend your b2 point, and he's gone for a trade.
But knight c4, no, he goes queen c7. Doesn't want to allow any exchanges, but once again, a little slow.
It is slow. Maybe he can go rook c1 and try to defend the b2 pawn with some horizontal maneuvering with the rooks, but no, he just challenges the open file. I think this is good practical solutions from Wang Hao, causing some problems to MVL, making him think.
Queen a4, making sure this knight doesn't jump anywhere.
Because the rook takes rook.
Clock is ticking. We see it time and time again. The players also coming right out of this classical. It never feels like they're fully adjusted to a game of blitz, which this really is with 7 minutes. They spend too much time. It's made 25 moves. It's the blitz world champion. You really need this 5 minutes. It's not like...
And now what about this opportunity? Do you trade queens or do you just simply go queen a? I was wondering about queen a3.
I don't know, queen a3 feels a little offside.
It does, doesn't it? But then you have to go queens. No, you can't drop your queen back to c2. That would be a mistake because the queen takes knight. So
could go queen d1.
Queen d1 then.
It also doesn't feel too tempting.
What's he going to go for?
Queen. He does go queen a3. Whoa. Do they ever listen to me? Knight d3. You're in trouble.
Yeah, he is in trouble. This is why it's a bit worrying when they play my moves. Okay, so rook takes rook. I know. And now, yeah, queen.
Also now, Wang Hao, had you played bishop g3 earlier, look how much better that would be. F2 covered, you have the square for your king, no back rank mates.
That's true. And now, well, Wang Hao's position is starting to look incredibly shaky because there's all sorts of threats on the board. Bishop takes knight being one. The rook is perhaps threatening to come to the second row. And it's not like you can go
there
on
you
an
go,
adventure.
bishop g3. Better late than never. But black is perfectly fine.
I think black is better than fine.
Yeah. Bishop e5 looks very clinical.
Yep. MVL plays it. But he doesn't have that much time. Well, for most mortals, he doesn't have much time. He's got under 2 minutes.
d1.
Oh, take that bishop off the board. Ruin white's pawn structure.
Now white no longer has a structural advantage, so Maxime can just reshuffle his pieces.
Yeah. Rook e3 coming, knight e4 also coming. Wang Hao losing control. I like this classy move from MVL. I mean, are you threatening rook e2?
Yeah. No, frankly, Wang Hao just looks rusty. He's not playing at the level we were used to see him at. Not that long ago, and when was it? 2019. He was crushing everybody. Like, his rating was up to 2760 something. He finished second in this Did he win or did he finish
won.
second?
I think
in
he
this
won in the Grand
Swiss? Maybe
Swiss.
he won it, yeah.
And he beat Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces in just over 20 moves, 25 moves.
Even before that, he had his greatest success. He once beat me in the Thailand Open. And
Oh no.
Look what happened to him.
Did that mean you weren't Bangkok chess champion?
Yeah, it was a sad year. I had 6 out of 7.
Oh,
I was in the lead. But then Wang Hao beat me, ruined my dreams of winning the Bangkok Chess Club Open for a second time.
Oh,
and I still haven't forgiven him. So I don't feel bad for him now that he's lost after Rookie 2.
Okay, Rookie 2, and that's it. Handshake. And MVL has won the Armageddon portion, and he picks up 1.5 points after that killer blow. Nothing to be done after that move.
No, we should just briefly show the line that if knight takes rook e2, was threatening checkmate here, and if knight takes e2, queen d1, knight is under attack, and if the king defends it, then there's a fork.
Yep. And it was definitely a killer blow. I mean, I have to say, Wang Hao looked like he was better, but then totally lost control, and MVL just absolutely superb.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just goes to show. We were kind of saying that white perhaps had the edge in the Armageddons, and these guys are saying no, it's black is okay. And going back to the Magnus Carlsen Shack game. Ooh.
Things have happened.
Things definitely have happened. How do we get here?
Bishop g7. We've seen this e5, very interesting pawn sacrifice by the world champion. Pawn to b4, knight a4 takes queen b3. I think we looked at this, and Machier-Lagrave is saying, knight c3. I do not intend to defend this pawn. But it looks nice for white. Just take it. Threaten checkmate. It's double checkmate. Should give you 2 points.
Yeah.
He's probably going to spot it though and move the king away. Still white is better. Maybe h4 again, or bring the bishop here. This looks very nice for white, because now this king is even more exposed.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Shack was probably just counting on his pass pawn, but I mean, how to do that? So say in the position that you would analyze, with rook takes pawn, king has to move out of the way. Say you go h4,
Yeah,
because I like that move.
But yeah, why not this one?
Yeah, and then rook to is the idea. Just maybe go push the pawn immediately. Little trap on the board with knight e2 check, followed by knight to d4.
Point.
Retreat the knight.
Family zone.
See, it works, doesn't it? And you feel no emotional pressure.
Not at all.
Yeah. So, yeah, what to do next?
I don't know. I think it's just worse. The king is just too weak long term with these 2 bishops. Might not be direct threats now, but it's like often in these Leningrad Dutch, nothing happens directly, but sooner or later he'll miss the f pawn and this king will be exposed. I really, really dislike black's position here. Good job by Magnus.
Yeah, and all
Getting
because
this.
of this e5 pawn sacrifice. Very classy idea. And so Magnus looks like he's slightly better, maybe even verging on much better. But let's have a look at Anish against Anand, because, okay.
He didn't
Anish,
go d4, didn't want to do it.
No.
This meant this bishop made it out, but is Anand still in trouble? Rook c1 looks normal, pinning.
Yeah.
What does he want? Probably wants a5 and then
Pawn takes.
try to sit here. I don't know, you still take white, but maybe the material is too limited for anything too bad to happen. Still somewhat pleasant.
How is I don't quite see how black is entirely okay because, you know, I mean, I really like the resulting position that you had at the end with the d4 move. So if you go rook c1, I think is perfect.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's too simplified. You could also think about trying to fix these guys.
Yeah.
Get a little one pawn holding up two, but I'm not sure how much of a difference it really makes. Anish is saying, I chose not to choose b5. I chose something else. Takes the pawn. Queen takes a7. Bishop takes. Similar structure. No. Black has a b pawn instead of an a pawn. Don't know what's better. White is slightly better. I guess Vichy should defend this, but it's still a bit unpleasant. These opposite color bishops with heavy pieces on the board. There's always some amount of trouble.
Yeah.
And speaking of trouble, we are being joined by the first victor of the day. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is here.
And NBA specialist.
NBA specialist as well.
Okay.
Did you stay up late last night? Did you watch this morning?
I woke up early, so like I woke up around 3:30, so I could watch the end of the game. Although there was not much more to see.
No,
Third quarter was nice, yeah.
I stayed up till 2, then I watched the first 3 quarters and they were down by 29. And
Yeah.
I thought, okay, it's bedtime. But yeah, what to do? All right, tell us about your games. I think we solved your daily riddle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I think you want to take.
Yeah. I mean, there would be no point in the riddle if it was not a thematic exchange sacrifice that would be played in a heartbeat by the likes of Fischer or Kasparov.
Okay.
And me as well. I would have not thought for too many seconds.
Yeah, we looked at it a bit because we weren't sure, but apparently it's just fine for black. The computer is very happy.
Yeah, because if bishop c1, you can either take on c1, you can go bishop d6, because then you have knight b6. It's probably not better, but could easily go wrong for white. Yeah, because anyway, the knight on b3 is stupid. The bishop on d3 cannot move because it's pawn on e4. Then I want something like knight e8, knight d6, and yeah, because probably like I will threaten the pawn on c3. White will drop it, and probably I will not take it right away. So that was my general impressions.
Yeah, we looked at some random computer lines, but in general it looked very healthy for black.
Yeah. And then in the game I thought I would be slightly better, but
yeah.
Then in the end, after rook e1, like I thought about g5, but then just bishop f1. And after knight d5 starts to be a threat now, so I don't know. Probably I could have been a little more ambitious, but also I wanted to check whether how we try to play rook f1, bishop d4. Like maybe he wanted to play for a win, and I do think he wanted to play for a win, but he just couldn't make it work for him. And yeah, I couldn't find something really sensible, so I thought I'll test him.
Fair enough, then let's move to the
Armageddon game.
Armageddon. First of all, chess theory, Maxime, as a big student of the London, you should take here.
I should.
Yeah. If ED, you have E5.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
Of course, yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is better for black, so he has to go CD. But then, okay.
Yeah.
Get the pieces out and the queen is
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I know I had a good version. Like, this is a good version of... But even what I did doesn't look ridiculous.
Yeah, we were surprised that he went knight E3 deliberately. Like
Yeah, knight E3 was made for sure.
Some of rook E1 or A4 or something. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, of course, he should have done with that. He probably underestimated queen d6, after which I more or less solved every problem that you could pretend I have.
Do you feel it's difficult to transition from classical to Armageddon because you were running a little low on time, or do you just trust yourself that if the position clarifies a minute or whatever it is enough?
No, I could have played faster. I feel like in the classical game some moves I were playing faster than in the Armageddon. Just tough, like to be fully I mean, definitely focus for the Armageddon, but to have a feeling for the time control, like 10 against 7 is very difficult to handle. You don't want to play too fast. You also want to keep some time on the clock. So hard to say, but in general, I feel like okay. There was one moment where I went really ridiculous. So knight d4, bishop c4. Oh, okay.
Rook d1 maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Imprecise, and now you're in time to.
Yeah, I could have gone rook e8 right away. I just forgot about queen b5. Because after rook e8, I thought he needs to play b3, bishop e2, knight e2, and of course it's. Also, you could have an argument that knight f1, knight d5 is next. So actually, maybe it's a happy blunder after all. Who knows? Sure.
In general, this type of position, you're active enough that you
yeah,
can do
I
worse on
thought
it?
so. And after queen a3, suddenly, like there's
Offside,
plenty of. It seems like if he doesn't go knight d3, take. If he doesn't go bishop g3, like rook d1 or so knight d3, take. So if rook d1, knight f2, and bishop d4, and if rook f1, I think the same.
How's his mate?
Queen e2, yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing how you escape mate after rook e3. I mean, I'm technically not seeing the mate after king f4, but queen h5 here.
Oh, this is 81.
Yeah, in king f4, queen f2, queen f5, queen h5. I mean, I was pretty convinced that this would not end well.
So then bishop g3, bishop e5, yeah. This.
Yeah, and just the queen a3 is so much out of play.
No more anxious moments?
Yeah, here queen a5 was the last chance, I guess, but queen a5 wanted queen e5 and queen e3, knight e4. Because here was queen d8 check, and yeah.
Sorry, what do you say? Queen e5, what's the move?
Queen e5, yeah. I feel like, yeah, I've enough contemplate.
Yeah, needing a draw, you're not in
yeah.
much trouble. And the finish was nice. Threatening checkmate.
Plus the fork at the end, yeah.
Overall, how do you feel things are going in the tournament?
I feel I could play a bit better in classical chess, but it's weird time control, like 2 hours for the whole game, so some decisions I'm making a bit too fast, and but it's quite difficult to regulate it. Like I don't remember, like apart from having played in like 2 hours classical, because it's very different from, let's say, 90 plus 30, which would be the equivalent, but you do get the extra 30 seconds, so it feels very different.
And when you're playing the games, do you have like one eye on the Armageddon or a potential Armageddon game? Or
no, I mean the Armageddon, of course it matters, but I'd rather play well in the classical portion.
Yeah. And how much preparation do you do for each game? Just say, how much time do you allocate?
It depends here. I'm also trying, like, of course I'm preparing, but I'm also trying to enjoy, the relaxing atmosphere to take some walks and, make advantage of the beautiful nature out here.
You didn't bring a second, or at least we didn't see one. Do you sometimes get bored at tournaments if you're You're by yourself, or do you more enjoy it? Do you have some quiet
Yeah,
time?
it's difficult to say. Generally, like what I enjoy most is to bring to have friends there, like if there's another tournament, for instance. And seconds, of course, I can sometimes use one, but I have more responsibility, like towards the seconds and to friends. So, like if I want to be alone, not speak to anyone for one day, and it happens. Like chess can be tough. So if I want to go silent, you cannot do this when your second is here. So of course it doesn't mean. I mean, I've brought seconds. I've brought Etienne, for instance, to many tournaments, and it generally goes well. But I also don't mind the solitude sometimes.
All right, then thanks so much for joining. Quick judgment on the Magnus position.
I mean, it's clearly much better. I think it's probably technically winning as well.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, why not?
But you love your bishops, don't you? Okay.
I mean, it's maybe an overstatement, but at the same time, yeah, it feels painful to defend this.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe if Queen G8 works, no, like this could be. But I don't see what you're doing after Queen C7. Like, you're not winning the pawn.
Can we take? I'm afraid to blunder.
Queen B8, Queen A7 was my...
And then grab the B6 pawn, yeah.
I feel like it's technically winning, but of course, like not to the extent that I would win it against an engine. But
no, but in human play, you think it's...
Yeah.
Okay, it's interesting.
Like engine against engine, I would pretty much assume white wins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a very interesting observation there, because instinctively you look at this passed pawn on D4 and you think, oh, scary. But
I mean, you have not only one bishop, but you have two bishops to stop this pawn. And turns out to be more, I mean, to me it feels like as long as the pawn is on D4, it's much more hinders the bishop on G7 than anything else. I mean, it does help that the knight on C3 has a good square to be at, but I just don't think it's enough.
yeah. So thank you, Maxime, for joining us in the studio and with sharing your thoughts. And I would like to wish you the best of luck in the remainder of the games.
Thank you.
Thanks. And see Magnus making his move there, feeling confident that he has a promising position. I liked the kind of like how the top players, how the grandmasters kind of approach the position at a deeper level, because the instinct when I see this, and I'm sure many lower rated players thinks, okay, well, scary pawn, but actual fact, it's white who should be feeling very, very pleased with themselves. And what do you think about this H6 move? So now the black queen has been liberated to go on some excursion if so needed. But then again, the king is weak.
Yeah, he's trying to create some luft, but the king, of course, remains very weak. No, I'm not sure. I was surprised, Maxime. Thought it was that bad, but clearly white is better and can press with very little risk for a long time here. Not sure if maybe he's trying to prepare queen to G8. But yeah, even just keeping this pawn apparently is good enough.
And also white can even... I liked your bishop move as well. Okay, I like this.
Yeah, that looked more stable, but then I get worried about Queen G8 now. And I guess the end game we're not winning, and now this is a threat. So
it's a good idea to take some precautions against that. A3. Then when the queen train is offered, you say, no, I'm not going to go for that.
Never, ever.
Never, ever.
In the meantime, both guys still thinking long and hard in Radjabov-Topolov. The evaluation remains 0-0, and just as we approach the 30 move mark, there might be a perpetual in the making. Spectacular stuff.
Can the white king try and hide? Like put itself on A4, I was thinking, and try to use the pawn as a shield?
It can run, but it cannot hide.
Okay. There you go. No, because you're always going to check me along the diagonal. And you can also take the
Take
pawn.
with check. Yeah. I never get that logic that it can run, but it cannot hide. Because it has to be the opposite, no?
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
You can always hide, and then if you get caught, you're back to running. That's the worst thing that can happen, right? But
You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah.
you can hide. They spot you, you run.
Yeah. And yeah. But there's lots of contradictory sentences like that in English. And don't ask me to clarify them because my mind always goes blank. So it's a common thing that Topalov is feeling the cold in his jacket. That's really unusual actually, because normally it's the reverse. Normally chess players are kind of complaining that the playing hall is too hot.
Really?
Yeah. And Rajabov is just turning away, and looks like he's saying to Topalov it's just a draw. And maybe I'm misreading the jacket. Maybe the jacket is kind of like Topalov actually saying, let's get out of here.
Well, keep looking up like, when is move 30?
Yeah, but they can just repeat the moves. Just throw in a few checks. And let's get to the real stuff. The Armageddon. And okay, I see that this game is probably going to finish very soon in a repetition. But I see you've also got the analysis of Wesley So against Ariantari. And it looks like not that much has happened, except the queens have left the board.
Yeah, that might be good news for Wesley, though, because now his king is much safer long term. There's not really anything that can happen to his king. And he can start thinking about making some progress in the distant future. Two pawn breaks remain, b4 or d4. And Wesley's going to consider using either one of them, but it looks like he's not feeling like committing just yet. Wants to keep maneuvering, but without queens I like White's position a little better, because you no longer have to worry about any potential attacks here. Not sure how he managed to get rid of them. Probably just queen b5 and Aryan went away. Yeah, I think that's a strategic. The mistake is strong, but makes Wesley's life a little easier without the queens. Keep them on.
Okay.
So yeah, still not like Black's position is lost or anything, but I think Wesley will keep trying for a long, long time now. He's a great technician. There's zero risks. So I think it will be suffering for Aryan from here. I would expect a long session.
Okay.
Anish?
How's that going? Because
I can't judge. It looks better, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Vichy has a c-file, his bishop is stable. And it's not obvious where White should break through, but he can try. Some potential f4.
Maybe he could utilize his rook. If he's not going to get checkmated himself. Put a rook on the 5th row. Threaten some horizontal action. That sounded rude. I will rephrase that.
Family show.
Exactly. That's why I stopped. Yeah. Yeah, that's that family space for Black.
Yeah. Queen d5. Anish. Is he in a party mode?
Yeah. But it's difficult to organize. I mean, first of all, you have to perhaps tuck your king into the corner just to give yourself one extra move. But then what? Maybe you can go for. No, this is like playing with fire. I was thinking of going f4.
Okay. You gotta keep the bishop first, so maybe queen here.
Yeah.
And
I was being a bit too conceptual there. Yeah.
How's the clock? Vichy's been fast. Anish, not in time trouble, but doesn't have forever either. There we see the Dutch #1 in deep thought. He's a hip-hop fan, somewhat surprisingly to me. He listens to a lot of Dutch rap. His favorite artist is someone called Krantje Papi.
What does it mean?
I don't know.
Something
Grumpy
puppy?
Dad? I don't know.
Oh, puppy doesn't mean puppy.
No, I think it means daddy.
Oh, daddy.
I think so.
Uh-huh. So what was it again?
Krantje Papi.
Krantje puppy. Oh, okay.
But he also likes Eminem. Eminem seems very, very popular
Yeah.
in chess circles. Wesley and Anish, they're connecting with their love for Eminem.
Yeah, but you've got to be careful with one song with Eminem, which is a great song. It's called Lose Yourself.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay,
you don't
shouldn't
wanna
listen
have-
to it before a game, right?
No. Ooh, and is that a result that we see? That must be the result between Timur Radjabov and Veselin Topalov.
Wow. Never in my life would I have expected this
No.
game to end around move 30 with a draw. But it did happen. I
Yeah.
apologize for all our previous predictions. We were way off. The game ended peacefully after such a sharp battle.
Yep. Well, the statistics don't lie. Every single game in the variation that they chose ended in a draw. How dare
Shocking.
they break the pattern by having a decisive result? You just can't go for it. So instead, we are going to see the action and the fun and games begin in Armageddon. So let's take a short break.
Yes.
But in the meantime, should we do a quick roundup of what we predict what's going to happen?
Yeah.
And then,
Magnus gonna win because Maxime said so. Maxime good at chess. Wesley's gonna win because he will grind and grind and grind until there's an opening in the Tari position. Objectively, should still be draw. Anish will be draw. He doesn't have enough to work with here, although he's better on paper. But not enough. MVL was a draw, and then Radjabov Topalov. Although they used their time very evenly to make all the best moves here, it ended peacefully.
yep. Okay. Well, that summarizes our little roundup. So we're going to take a short break and we will see you shortly. And we are back. And in our short break, we actually have a decisive, well, not a decisive result. We have a result between Anish Giri and Vishy Anand, because that game soon fizzled out into a draw. And we will be seeing our third Armageddon match of the day. So what happened there? Because we thought maybe Anish had chances just to put Anand under the spotlight and create some uncomfortable pressure. How did this game fizzle out so quickly?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably objectively, there wasn't that much there. But the way Anish did it, he allowed this bishop to return from the bench into the center of the action to d6, and he probably felt it's not worth playing on. Queen d5. He just agreed to a move repetition, but now it's already very hard to make anything happen. Maybe earlier we talked about Queen g4, for example. He could have tried something a bit more aggressive. Not that it's winning, but he could have kept the game going for a bit. But the way it went, there was not much to play for, and we're headed for an Armageddon.
Yep.
So my 1-0 prediction did not come true.
No, but we will be having a lot of fun and games in the Armageddon, where Anish Giri will be playing in a must-win situation, but he will have 10 minutes on the clock versus Vishy Anand's 7 minutes and draw odds. So things are going to get fast, they're going to get furious, and we have 2 games ahead of us in store. And there are 2 classical games left, one between Magnus Carlsen and Vachier-Lagrave Mamedyarov. Maxime said this was going to be a good chance for Magnus to win. Are we seeing the big grind happen?
Yeah, it's unpleasant. Yeah. It's not like there's anything direct, but the Black King remains weak. I don't know if objectively it can be held. Maxime thought that even computer can in an earlier position, but I guess his feelings wouldn't have changed here. White should be winning this. I don't know if it's closer to a white win or to a draw, but certainly Magnus will keep trying and ask some questions.
Yep. And one game remaining then, and that's between Wesley and Ariane. And
what happened here?
To my eyes,
I thought Wesley was making progress, but now he has these double pawns. Black has organized beautifully.
To me, it looks like Wesley is maybe struggling for the draw.
That'd be shocking, but yeah, things haven't gone so well. It's also not so easy to regroup because there are issues on the F file all of a sudden. G4 could even be an option. White can't take because the knight drops. No, he's bungled this to some extent.
Okay.
I guess G4, the knight has to step
maybe
to the side.
Maybe
here it looks so isolated. I don't know.
It looks a little bit out of play on the edge.
G1 maybe. I don't know, but Ariane is certainly comfortable. This went wrong for Wesley.
Yeah.
I was wrong again. I really thought he would put pressure here. But this plan knight a3, knight b5 seems like it didn't lead to the result he was hoping for. G4 on the board. He didn't take. He shouldn't take.
No, he absolutely shouldn't take. And well, actually, the question is, how is White ever going to make use of this knight? I can't see a good circuit for it whatsoever. I mean,
doesn't have a great square, even if you could pick any square on the board.
Okay.
It's not great on c6, maybe a6, but it's hard to get there.
And meanwhile, Armageddon between Rajabov and Topalov has kicked off. So let's take a look at the action there. Rajabov has opened with his queen's pawn. It's what he likes to do. And we see a semi... Ooh, look at this. We have the sharpest variation known to mankind. It is the what's it called? The Botvinnik.
No, this is the anti-Moscow. It's
yes.
Botvinnik is the direct capture, but with h6, bishop h4 included. It's the anti-Moscow. Yeah, they're probably both well prepared for this Armageddon game. Let's see how it goes. e5. Knight to h5. That's the old line, but it's supposed to be dangerous because white has this piece sacrificed. Knight takes g5, knight takes g3, and knight takes f7 directly, or after a4 if black were to go a6, so black shouldn't go a6 here, as far as I know. This is, in the old days, this was supposed to be precise, because now knight g5 is even stronger since there's no knight a6. But then later the thinking turned to, you can also do this directly. And I don't know why I know so much more about this than the players. Do your homework, guys. Because a6 is wrong here.
A6 is wrong.
Yeah, you should take here, or play knight d7, that's why a4 sort of fell out of fashion.
Okay.
And instead of knight d5, knight h5, knight d5 became the main move, like in classical games, as Nakamura, Gustafsson.
Yeah,
I used to study the semi-Slav in the old days.
I never studied this. I didn't want to touch it because it was way too scary.
You didn't go knight g5.
Okay.
Which is the way to go here. This is supposed to be incredibly dangerous after fg. The king is too open, and I think there are some very old games, maybe Kramnik against somebody. But maybe it's so old that these lines are forgotten now.
It certainly could be. Queen c2 on the board, knight d7, and to my eyes, doesn't look like black has too many problems.
Not anymore. Like, it was in real big trouble a move ago, but now it's just a complex position where black is a pawn up and white has to prove he has compensation. So, yeah, queen c2 is not the way to do this.
Queen b6 on the board. Castles. Where's the dark square bishop going? My instinct just says bishop e7.
Takes directly, but yeah. Wants to go to e7.
He didn't take with the f.
And hg.
I thought maybe he would take with the f pawn.
No, black is just better.
I was just a bit confused because I really thought that he would capture that piece with the f pawn. At least have an open line.
Yeah. But even there, after long castles, I think black is better.
Okay. And, well, isn't Topalov just going to do as you suggest? Castle queenside?
He is keeping his options open. Also unclear what white wants to do here. Normal maneuver is like knight d2, knight e4. But after knight d2, I don't know, maybe we can even take the pawn. Vachier-Lagrave goes rook e1. Just castle, put the king on b8. Black is better. And Topalov, he's also a veteran of these semi-Slav positions, so he should feel very comfortable here.
Yeah.
There he goes.
There he goes. And what about if white were to put the knight d2? Well, I'm not sure about that plan, but I'm wondering whether knight e4 could be something. I understand c5 could be liberating, but...
Yeah, also there's no direct threats. Even king b8, get the king out of the way first. And one day either c5 or maybe some g4, h5 will come. No, black is just better. White has to play more directly in the opening, as mentioned. Takes, or even better, takes here directly. It's the way to go.
Yep. I learned some theory there. Knight to d2. Is he going to play knight d2, knight e4? The thing is, though, when you're playing these positions with white, you feel some stress. Because the longer the longer it goes on, the more black consolidates that extra pawn, the more that black extra pawn becomes dangerous.
No,
and
frankly, white is just much, much worse here. He's a pawn down. Black has the two bishops. c5 is hard to stop. It's just a bad position. I think you still have to try to bring the knight here. And have queen d4. Could be tried, but no, I guess knight c4 is awkward. Yeah, don't want that.
Yeah. So knight, we expect knight d2.
Vachier-Lagrave also catching up on the clock because he has to find a way to keep the game going.
Yeah.
b3. Typical, but also somewhat slow. Black has b4 and c3, for example. Topalov just takes king b8, which also looks fine. This king is safe, and there's not a lot of white attack against this trio.
Yeah. Maybe time to move the rooks in the general direction of the queen side.
Yeah,
just
rook b1. Hope for the best, but I don't think there's any problems. Also, there's potentially g4. Queen takes d4.
Yep.
Still bad.
It is bad, but I can't see anything for white to do. Okay, maybe I will go knight d2. Put a knight on e4, and then the rooks go to the queen side. And you kind of summed up my strategy. Hope for the best. That's it.
Rajabov now behind on the clock.
That's super bad news because he did start off with a 3-minute advantage. And of course, Vasilin Topalov in this Armageddon game does have draw odds. The players won't be getting any extra time until they reach move 40 and then a 1-second increment hits. But we did see Topalov panic in his game against Vachier-Lagrave. He was a pawn up, great position, and then when the clock started ticking down to those seconds, anything happened. But okay, we are still very much a long way from that.
Yeah.
Rajabov settling into thought. I just don't see just knight d2, maybe threaten knight c4 at the right time. It's a wishful thinking. And he has to make a move. I mean, he can't be forced to win on the position and also be worse on the clock. 4 minutes.
Take your time.
And
350.
But this is just bad strategy, you know. You just, okay, I know the position is bad. I know he has to figure it out, but he won't be getting any increments. Okay,
A, B, C, B. Is he going to take? Knight b5. Just, you know.
Mix it up. Yeah, why not? Just do it.
What's the worst that could happen?
He loses, but he's lost it. Well, he's got a much worse position anyway. So take knight takes b5, mix up the position, initiate chaos. That is the way to go forward. But now he's down to 3 minutes on the clock.
Time is ticking away.
It is ticking. Oh, bishop
F1.
f1.
Very tight. Probably also very bad. G4 with knight d2. Black just starts taking everything. Well, the knight on h2 does not look particularly well placed after h5.
Yeah. I guess you have to just throw caution to the wind. Knight d2. Okay, he plays knight h4.
h4. Yeah, he's worse and a pawn down.
Knight is offside. Now, you know, all Topalov needs to do is concentrate on the queen side. Forget about the king side. Rook c8.
He's done it. Vasilin Topalov dominating this Armageddon. But yeah, frankly, it's a bit surprising to me. They didn't know the theory. d5, now bishop c5, and it all falls apart.
Yep. That is a big consequence of...
What has he done? Oh, he goes for h4, g3. Also looks good, yeah, exposing the g2 the f2 weakness. Yeah, also excellent.
Yeah. So I guess you have to actually defend that pawn with a rook. No other chance. Rook d2.
It's a sad situation. Rook d2 takes. Rook takes.
And now it's time. Now it's time to take.
It's queen d4.
Oh, the hesitation for 1 second.
A little hezzy.
Time to...
No, it still looks lost. And also, Rajabov's clock is ticking.
That's true. I mean, there's still some hope for some tricks. No, there's no trick because the knight on c3 is under attack. Whoops, I missed that. I was thinking pawn takes pawn. Well, and then rook d1, but no time, and it looks like Black is going to win another game in Armageddon, and Rajabov now has just over 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, they're at move 25, even the extra second. Still far away. Knight e2, he's also always making passive moves,
Yeah.
like now it's just lost without hope at least.
Yeah.
Try to mix it, but this is just sad.
Yeah. He's how many pawns down? 2 pawns down with the worst king position.
Knight d4.
No attacking chances and in a must-win situation, so it's all gone totally wrong. Knight b6, knight c5, c4 coming, knight d5 coming, knight, yeah.
b3, that
Knight-
does attack the queen, but if it goes away, it's trouble. Queen c3, queen b1. No, it's just sad.
Yep, and Topalov is just ruthless now. Rook c7, overprotecting any potential weakness. Now
How many
the-
pawns does he want to take?
He's won. This is his third. Queen takes. Is it time to throw in the towel, or do you just keep on playing moves?
Well, you've made it here. Now you might as well, but overall, the position has not improved. You can keep attacking the queen, but at some point, Topalov might also, exchange them. But no, he says, why would I? Queen e5, knight c5, queen d4 looks pretty good. If king h2, at least black has a perpetual. If rook f2, you can take the knight.
And yeah, he is going to take
Come
the
on,
perpetual.
keep playing. You're 4 pawns up.
And a draw has been agreed, and it is an Armageddon victory for Veselin Topalov. He does have the draw odds, and what an excellent game from the Bulgarian former world champion.
I don't know, but frankly, this game was decided here, where e5, knight h5. This is an excellent line. If it weren't for knight takes g5 or after a4, a6 is wrong. Once again, now knight g5 as far as I win. As I know, more or less wins. And if you don't do that with white, you'll be a pawn down and struggling. So it was just surprisingly a case of lack of knowledge. And if you play these sharpest lines, especially with e5, I really don't understand anything, because the main point of e5 is that knight h5 doesn't work because of this knight g5 trick. And that's fairly well known. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What can I say? It was a bad opening from Rajabov. He made a big mistake, and that's it. Topalov was ruthless with his domineering position. Okay, so that means that has there been any progress whatsoever in the 2 classical games remaining? So we have
Magnus
Magnus.
took the a-pawn. Not decisive, but still nice to have it gone, because now you're probably not losing pure end games. Well, if the a-pawn was still alive, then that could be issues as well. So I guess that helps if he survives the onslaught in the next coming moves. But will he?
Well, his knight's not stable, so he has to go back.
Knight goes back. I guess queen c2. It's on the edge.
Yeah, and those light squares are going to start looking very juicy for white. And meanwhile, I think the Anish Giri versus Anand Armageddon match is actually going to be starting any moment now. And jackets are off.
Wow. Shirt's still on. That'd be excessive. They also took the shirts off.
That would be very excessive. And handshake, and they're off. And
b3.
b3. Oh, it's a cowboy opening. What do you think about this one?
Such
Approve?
a great chessable ambassador, promoting his friend Adiban's course, even in this situation. It's just admirable.
Yeah.
A6,
Do you
knight
approve of
f3.
these b3?
No, of course, white is never better anywhere, but he's saying, let's play a game of chess. We'll play d4 now. And yeah, might as well. Anish, he will play d4. No, bishop e2. Pushing it now. Vishy can go d4. But Vishy is not in the mood to mix it. Next chance to play d4. Anybody? Black, white?
Nope. There are no takers for such risk-taking.
Push it, Vichy. Push it good.
No,
d4.
I think he's...
There he
there he goes. He's done it.
goes.
And... Okay, presumably Anish will capture that pawn and then try to put pressure.
I think that's the new
Rookie
playbook in Armageddons. Maybe Anish learned it from Mamedyarov. Allow d5, d4, be worse with white out of the opening, and then trick them.
Yeah, that's not a bad strategy, but you have to play very accurately
Okay.
afterwards.
Also, I'm not sure about short castles. Like, you should have a rook on g1.
Yeah, that's true actually. King should be in the middle of the board. We don't approve of opening principles. So, okay, but can't you just take the pawn, rook e1?
Yeah. It's not like you have to resign, but black should be very comfortable here. Even e6. But any moves come to mind? All the moves come to mind.
Yeah. Okay.
Rook
Rook
e1, very
e1.
subtle.
Same plan, but g6.
6. Vichy's not rattled.
No. He's the former world champion.
Vichy
He's on form.
was grabbing space in the Tile Chess Club in Madras back then. Back in 1975. He's not surprised by these kids going b3, e3 against him.
Nope, not at all.
He takes d. And c3. Trying to lure the pawn forward further. Which was probably a very good move, d3, but at least you could maybe scare black in a draws enough situation into thinking, this pawn could be weak. Don't want to do it. That's the right thing to do. No, Vichy,
He
push
takes
it.
it. But he just remember he needs a draw.
He probably did remember that.
Pawn takes and then
Pawn
There's-
takes.
are
Very
those
solid
queens
pawn
going to come
takes.
off the board. Yes, they are.
They just can't get out of their skin playing solidly.
I mean, this looks like no problems for black.
No, it's fine, but it's not punishing.
C4.
c4, just castles, knight c3, or knight b2, bishop out. No, Vichy's fine was probably the responsible thing to do.
And trade light squared bishop out. I would probably trade the dark squared bishop off at some point.
Knight knight e4, he's going to smell the weakness of the c3 square.
You go backwards, I go forwards. That
Nope,
is the
he didn't
motto.
smell
No,
it.
he doesn't. He challenges for the open line instead. Okay,
Knight
good.
e7, go forward, Vichy. Knight e4, go to c3. He didn't smell what Anish was cooking. Knight d4,
Okay,
still equal.
Trade.
It's not like anything bad is happening.
Trade
but
it off.
He's giving Kiri some hope here. Probably is going to take and go knight c5. And say,
That's what I would do.
I'm Vichy Arnold.
Yeah.
You cannot defeat me.
Exactly. He just has to be solid.
There are more subtle moves like bishop e4, but why bother?
Yeah. Then you have to. That also sounds so good. I was going to say then you have to calculate a few attacking moves, but no, you don't even need to do that. Knight takes knight resolves everything. Oh, he's going to go for your
Oh.
sophisticated move.
He's
Bishop
done it.
e4. F. What are we going to see? F3, bishop f3.
Takes on d4
Knight
and goes
takes.
bishop c6.
Knight
Not the problem.
d5.
Or
is
knight
that-
d5 directly, also good.
Oh,
Knight d5.
No, he's picking up my the f pawn.
Thinking about it, but now he's
He's
seen
done
that
it.
there are knight moves in return.
Okay.
Knight c5, knight d5.
Knight takes knight.
There comes knight
C5.
c5. Nice spot by Anand. Anish is going to take on c6, play b4, and keep the game going.
Yep.
He's very classically schooled, so he's not going to allow. Oh no, he goes knight c2. That looks slow to me, because now you can take and go a5 and, yeah, stabilize this knight. Vichy doesn't pass up such chances.
Yeah.
Classy.
It is classy.
King f2, now knight b4.
I mean, the only thing that I can see that white has some hope in, that black really can't get too advanced. Oh, the rooks are going to come off.
Takes, does he want knight before next? Still should work. Rook takes, knight
Rook
before.
takes.
Yeah, knight before. Takes and rook d2, but there are no winning chances for white here. It's slightly worse. e5, f5, sit there. Start with e5.
e5 is a good move because otherwise white will play f4. No?
Oh, e5.
e5
No.
now. e6? Okay, now he can go f4. At least relocate the
Still
bishop to the
stable. He
long
doesn't
door.
want his knight to be touched by this rook ever. Yeah, saying, I only need a draw. I'll sit here, go king e7. You do you.
Well,
First
f4
play G5.
played.
But I think he's just trying to stay.
Okay, but bishop f3, you know, we can have some fun with white, you know, g4.
He's building a fortress. He's the master of fortresses.
Oh no, now this rook trade is coming and that's it.
I don't know if there is any hope for white, but I guess he's thought it through. If takes b6,
He's
king e5, king e7. So Anish has to sidestep, but of course that is big concession, rook d3. And Vichy doesn't want to win, he just wants to keep the position. f5 looks perfectly fine.
And have it in his pocket, bishop g2. I mean, how is Anish even dreaming about winning? Okay, maybe he's going to
He's moving back and forth.
now
making
Anand
some
playing
progress.
g5.
Yeah, he's just outplaying him.
Yeah. This is the kind of position where I would tell Anish, start backpedaling, play for a draw. And unfortunately, Anish is in a must-win situation, so he lashes out with h4, but this is...
Sad situation. g4.
So g2, look how passive all his pieces are.
Vichy can just do nothing for the rest
Yeah.
of the game if he wants. Go king f6, king e7. And tell Anish, good luck finding a plan, sir. Not sure if he calls him sir.
If he wants, though, he can go for
Rook
more.
d3, wow, that's cynical, Vichy.
Yeah. Nice move. You can't...
c2, rook c3. Then he takes and king e3. That's probably his best.
He's going for rook d1. You know, knight
nothing to do.
e3 is coming at some stage.
Nothing has to come. Rook d3 back.
Oh. Now you can... Could you go like rook a1 and then...
Yeah, he can do whatever, but I think he just doesn't want any complications. He's got to give a check and go back.
Yep.
He is
Easy
practical,
stuff.
if anything. Or is he going forward? Nah,
No.
nah.
He is locking the game in. Look at that. Look at that.
He's
No
having
chance whatsoever.
No active moves for you, sir.
Yeah.
Rook d3 and rook d1.
And have the play. Yep, the players have passed move 40, which does mean that they are getting the 1 second increment. And Vichy saying, I can do whatever I like. Move my rook up and down the board, give a check here with a knight, give a check there.
d3 back.
Yeah, no problems whatsoever. And
The game's still going.
the game is still going, but nothing much has changed. They're probably inadvertently going to repeat the move.
Anish is saying, okay,
That's it.
enough.
Handshake, and it is a draw, and this means that Vichy takes away 1.5 points. He is the victor in the Armageddon match. And Anish walks away with 1 point. Once again, Vichy Anand, he is victorious.
Yeah, and completing the black comeback in the Armageddons today. 3 victories so far. Maybe it was small sample size theater after all.
Yeah. And we still have 2 classical games remaining. So let's see whether Magnus has managed to make any progress. He has the bishop pair, he's the pawn down, but he has possession of the light squares.
He could change that pawn down situation by taking it. Not sure if he will. But it's still open. If he'll find a way through Mamadyarov's defense.
It's not so straightforward.
Goes h4,
I
but
like this
h5
move.
will happen automatically. You don't allow h5 here to destabilize the poor horse.
Yeah, that is true. h5 is going to be played, but then again, how is white going to make progress? Because if the bishop moves, then the black king will just step forward to h7. It's difficult to dislodge the knight.
Yeah, doesn't look easy. Maybe black has just enough activity to keep the balance. I would guess he takes this pawn for starters and then starts shuffling.
Yeah.
I would still expect a longer session, but Vachier was hanging in there admirably.
He is, yeah. And, oh, we have a move, h5. Yes.
No surprises there.
And let's have a quick peek at the Wesley So Ariantari game. Any progress? Well, Wesley got his rook to the 7th row.
Wesley looked like made some progress over the last couple of moves. What happened? So g4, knight h2, h5 was played, he took. So why not take with the knight? Okay, hg, okay, 2, some moves, okay, 7. Maybe Aryan got a little overexcited by this h-file. It doesn't look like there are any checkmates there. He's using both his rooks for controlling pretty much an empty file.
But then again, black can park the knight
Maybe just
on
goes here
e8 and says, what you going to
do your worst.
Exactly. What to do? I mean, the only thing that he can do is to push a pawn, but that doesn't achieve anything, so it's just a standoff, right?
Could be.
Black's rooks are held together by one white knight. White's position also held together by the black knight. No.
Both knights
Yeah.
have a lot of responsibility. That looks like they're up to the task.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So probably a draw, and which means we're going to see probably a 4th Armageddon. Wow. Do you think we're going to see 5 Armageddons today?
Could be.
We haven't
That's
had
the
any.
dream.
We haven't seen any rounds where it's been 5 Armageddons. Someone's always won.
I can't recall.
No, neither can I. Yep.
Bishop a5, king h7. Yeah, he's gonna sit. Queen f8 if needed. Won't be easy, if at all possible, for Magnus to break this. Because it's the old rule. If you're the defender, you should exchange pawns, and he's done nicely, getting rid of the whole queen side, diminishing white's winning chances.
And looking at the clock times, well, Magnus does have something to play on the clock times. You know, he has 17 minutes on the clock. Shaq has just over 5.
Yeah, but now Shah's position got much easier to play. You can just make waiting moves that don't hang anything and tell Magnus, okay, you think of a plan. And
Magnus, of course, will play until the end of time. So, yeah.
Oh, and it looks like the legend Vachier-Lagrave is getting mic'd up to join us.
Yep. And that would be a big privilege, because this is a second game that he's won in the Armageddon victory.
And there he comes.
With a big smile on his face. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a happier day today?
Yes. Today I didn't. No, it's fine. I mean, yesterday, at least, looking back, if I had lost the Armageddon game yesterday, I would have felt really miserable. So, you know, looking back, I kind of okay about it. And today, obviously, it was nice to take this extra half point from the Armageddon.
Yeah. And how did you feel during the classical game? Where it looked like you were a bit under pressure.
I felt like I should be completely okay. Then somehow some tactics that I was checking was not working. One of the things I calculated here was knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, b4. And I have an emergency solution, which is knight takes b4. Because if he takes, queen a4 check, king f8, rook c8, queen c8, queen takes b6. I can play bishop c3 and then, takes a7. Queen takes a7, I think, is more relevant. And then I can play bishop c3 and king is coming out, and so I should be okay. But cb4, bishop h3, yeah, now bishop h3 was a move. And I had seen e6, e4, bishop takes a2, and the computer, queen a4 I was going to castle. If queen takes a2, queen takes d3, I thought I'm doing great. The pawn is going. The computer says bishop takes b4, which I had not seen. That would have been quite a move to face at the board. But I mean, you can only enter this line if you see everything at the end. So you see what black is aiming for and what thing, and you think knight b4. So there are a lot of layers for him to unpeel. But this would have been a tough one to face.
Do you regret putting this rook on c8? It's the most natural move in the world, of course, but somehow there were all these tactics based on bishop h3, no?
Yes, it doesn't. I know. I was very aware of that, and I was happy to either sack the exchange if I doubled his f pawns, or got a A or B pawn for it. But this particular thing, I mean, if I don't play rook c8 anyway, he can't seem to play b4. So I should be fine. But I think Artemiev Magnus was the same thing, except castles a3 and then he went rook c8 with the queen on d7, and it kind of worked out. So you can see some very hurried preparation after
then later
classical.
We need explanations for this bishop takes
Well,
f3.
because I have a b5 square and thing. But in fact, there was a very clean, I had got the right idea. Bishop takes f3, bishop f3.
Knight d4.
Knight d4, he can play bishop e4, rook c1, bishop c1, queen d6. Bishop d2, and now simply queen e6. Black is just fine. So this was the key thing, that my idea to bring the knight out was completely correct. But there's just this key move at the end. And now I'm threatening
E3,
f5,
knight b3,
e3, knight b3, and I'm threatening a5 as well. That's the point. So, and if he goes b5, then I can play knight c5. So all I had to do was, that was the little finesse that I had to do. And after that, there's some groveling. I mean, I cannot say I was too concerned. I can curl up and put a rook on c7, something on f6. This is beautiful. My rook is controlling the c file, my bishop is blocking the a file while not being, it's not shut out of the game at all. Because in many situations it will come to e1 as part of the counterplay. So I think here I didn't feel I was in trouble, but you know, if your opponent starts to make a lot of moves, you also have to sit and chug along. So, but I didn't feel even e5 or something like that was called for. I can do it, but why open files? You never know what comes. And by this point I had calmed down, and as Anish pointed out, I had started to gain time. So. But yes.
Yeah.
And then I had to actually check briefly why he was repeating, because he could just offer a draw. It's a past move 30. Right. So why he's repeating wasn't clear to me. But anyway, I checked that the third time I go back, it's because the first time bishop b4 and it repeats twice. So I was happy to finish that one.
We enjoyed the final phase of the Armageddon where he can't move anything. You always made sure he had to go back. It was fun to watch, but maybe it's not
yes,
the point to start. It must have been enjoyable.
I mean, I could play knight e4 check and nail it if I want. Yeah. No, not rook d1, but knight e4 with a rook on thing. Here, knight e4 check. Bishop e4, f e4, and if he goes rook e2, then I have rook f3 check and e3, and even the king is rolling up. But I just didn't see anything that he could do. So
yeah, it was very entertaining.
No, also I had some ideas where I was suddenly going to go. When his rook's on c2 to go rook c1 and so on with this knight d3 fork, but it's not necessary. So then I realized I can keep on jumping back and forth. His bishop is run out of squares. So
in such an Armageddon situation here after c3. Computer's yelling d3, of course you just think this is This is too much trouble, or how do you?
I
decide
saw
things?
d3, but I assumed it didn't work because bishop f1. I thought maybe I have to go bishop h6 and then c4, and maybe. But in almost all situations, if he wins a pawn and even if he loses the exchange, I mean, my evaluation was white must be much better after this. So if the computer wants it, well, it's worth studying why. But for me, it was clear that now c4 will come, and it's just not very nice.
Rook e3, bishop f5, and was happy.
Knight h4, bishop e4, and just keeps tagging along.
See. Oh no, wants weird stuff. Okay, wants castles, rook d3, knight d5, which is not very.
No.
Okay. So yeah, it's not realistic for a.
Yeah.
No, besides I'd seen that I've already played a6, which is nice, and after dc3, castles, this is just a very healthy French or something. Pawns on e7, but it's a French, and you know what I mean. And then rook d8, swap that thing, knight d7, c5. I just think I may be even slightly better here.
Yeah. I don't think there were that many key moments. No, it didn't look like it. Any winning chances, or were you
No, I
concerned
mean
at some
essentially
point?
king e3, I take, and knight b4, and this was exactly what I wanted to do.
Yeah, it's very, very pleasant, smooth game in the end.
Yeah.
And the
I mean, he would have to go all the way to b2 and play a3, and even then, he's not breaking through on c5. So there's just so many fortresses.
And now that you played a few Armageddons, are you getting used to everything, or is it still?
It's still quite an experience. The thing is, I have played lots of Armageddons, especially in all the FIDE knockouts that I played. I played a lot of Armageddons, but it was never the first game. It was never the first thing. Here, right away, we were dropped into it. I think that's the adjustment you have to make, because for me, the Armageddon is when you've made 8 draws and you're both,
Yeah.
you know, the arbiter just wants to stop this game and move on. And I don't think that's the thing. So it's slightly different, but again, like I said a few days before, I understand why they're doing it, and if it has to be on TV, then you kind of need that
And today,
decisive result.
we've had a decisive. Well, Black has actually emerged victorious in all 3 Armageddon games.
I
So,
noticed that
yeah.
after it's almost the first 3. Maybe there was one another black win. I forgot
Well,
which one.
I think everyone agreed draws, except
yeah.
they were winning. Or
Yeah.
So Topalov was 4 pawns up.
But Vichy, you have to back me up here as a veteran of the Semislav. We don't have to give away too many secrets, but isn't this bad because of knight takes g5 or even a4, a6, knight g5? I recall in the 90s
but
or whatever this
there
was
are
supposed to be
details.
bad.
I think a4 you might be able to play something else.
Yeah, a4 you play some other move,
b4
because
or something.
that's why I think even direct knight g5.
But I don't know
in the old days
if
this
without
was
a4,
considered
a6, my
substitute.
knight will come to c7 and defend the e6 pawn. But it's very long back.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
some 90s stuff, but in the 90s
you might have done more recent work than I have.
Fair enough. I was very surprised because then
Besides,
after...
I get the idea, but we are no longer in the position where we just express our opinion about anything. It's very concrete just now. So
I understand, it's plus 120.
Okay. So you don't really say, well, I feel like this and I feel like that.
No, I was just surprised why they would go
Yeah.
for this, man. Anyway.
No, I saw that knight h5 can be revived. But I've forgotten the details.
Okay, I'll say look forever. I was just very, very surprised because after that, Rajabov just seemed lost, frankly. Either way. Do we have any more general questions? Your preparation, do you feel it has changed in a sense that, I don't know, do you have the same routines like you always had, or do you try to do less or more? How is it?
Well, it's a very nice split because even if the game started at 3 o'clock, your preparation gets split. You would do a bit later in the evening, and then you do a bit the next day.
Right.
But here, I have no chance to do any work at night. So the idea is we close. After this, that's it. I'll have dinner, go for a walk, and it'll already be 11 o'clock. Though you'll have to look at your watch because the sun is exactly as it was at 8 o'clock. But anyway, so, and then I will only prepare during the day, and then I have a good routine. I work a bit, eat lunch, nap a bit, work a bit more, and come here. And the routine's held up so far.
Looks like it's working, so won't stop you from dinner any longer. Thank you so much for joining, and best of luck for the rest.
Yeah, thanks.
What do you want to say?
Do you want to see Carlsen's game
Yeah,
against
suddenly
Shakria?
it seems like he's outplayed Shaq's He's broken this fortress, this knight on f5 and thing. I don't know how he's going to disentangle now. Maybe he doesn't need to. Bishop f6, bishop c7, bishop e7, and it doesn't matter maybe. But I thought queen f6, knight f5 with a pawn on h5. Now it's very hard to break because if you go f3, g4, then you're weakening h4. And I thought it's almost a fortress kind of. Is this the current position?
Current position is after queen c6. He's still thinking.
Ah, okay.
It's down to 30 seconds. So let's speed up.
Anyway.
Yeah.
We'll hang out here. Thanks so much, Vish.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us, and good luck in the remainder.
Thanks a lot.
And Shaq has just made a move.
Oh, he went to b3. Okay.
He went to b3.
Oh, but wait.
Oh, but bishop
Wait.
g6.
Bishop g6.
Oh no.
Oh no. He's happy with that. Takes queen d6. He'll go king h7, and claim that he is in fact doing okay. Because how are you going to put? And I'll have he's a depasser and something like that. Yeah, I would suspect that we are now well into the realm of tactics, but that would be the logic because I don't see why it was not called for.
You panicked. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Back.
Well, we have to see Magnus's reaction to this because it's somewhat of a surprising move.
It is still very hard to win after that, but look, a pawn's a pawn.
And it gives hope as well to
well,
Magnus.
bishop g6, king g6, queen d6, king h7, I guess. And then bishop f6 maybe is a place to start, I don't know. But you can take queen d5 check, I have queen f3, and I don't know if this is easy to win or what. Or maybe I should take on f6 and play d3. But then you'll win the h5 pawn with check, and then come to some square like d4. And, it'll be very hard to push because whenever you play queen c2, you'll go queen e4 check and then some move a pawn. If the queen comes to d1, you'll swing somewhere else. No, I think it won't work.
Now with this new wisdom that
Yeah.
g and h is often a draw, maybe this is still holding up. He's taken on g6.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, for me it's nuts, but I wouldn't do it. But anyway.
No, but also take a look at Shaq's clock situation. He doesn't have that much time.
Yes. Did he blunder?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's just a blunder that the clock ticked down to 20 seconds. He made a move.
Because still, we didn't see a win after bishop f6, right?
No.
Well, I'm cheating here. Queen d7 just seems crushing, because the bishop ending is winning, so king g6, queen e8. And
But then queen f7. Oh, is that winning?
yeah, you take and king f3.
d3?
Maybe you can show it on the board.
Yeah. So we go king g6, check.
Queen f7.
F7 takes.
King f3, d3.
Bishop
And I have a nice cheapo for you.
b6,
Yeah.
and apparently
And it's.
I go back and I round up the pawn somehow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, king e3 is just a threat, so they can always stop.
Wait. No, I can't do anything now. Yeah. And bishop e3 and then king e4.
So that seems to be winning.
Yeah, and Shaq's face gives it away. He knows he's made a mistake. Queen d7. Is that the only path to victory, or the easy path at least?
Computer says the other two moves, okay, it gives pluses, but nothing decisive, but queen d7, it says, is a straightforward win.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it might be the only move that's actually winning, but no, it's easy to spot.
Yeah.
Well, you were just about to go at this exciting point.
Yeah.
Feel free to leave
But I
us
think he
anymore.
just blundered. Yeah, I will leave. But he just, he found
Queen d7, he's
instead.
blitzing it out and getting
Yeah.
It makes sense
Looks like
because
it's
you also
gone.
stop queen d7 and everything. And then
Yeah.
Yeah, there's king g6 played, so we're headed for that endgame.
Queen e8. And we should show the cheapo that black has,
Which one is that?
which is in the bishop ending. It's king takes, and after king f3, d3.
You mean king e3?
Yeah, if you go king e3, nice little trick there. And suddenly it probably would not end. It would end in a draw for white.
Was Wesley
Wesley Arian was still battling it out. It was even Stevens last time I checked. But okay, the knights have mobilized. I thought that was just going to be an easy standoff.
No, so, but it should be a draw anyway. Okay.
Let's see.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Vish.
Sure.
And what do you think is going to happen then with this? So what do you think is going to happen in this? Okay, actually, we should keep our eyes on the Magnus game,
Magnus
because
game,
this
could
decisive
finish. He spots the bishop endgame is winning, which normally he will. He's great at such transitions.
Yeah.
Then he's going to go for it.
So he's got 7 minutes to work out. I mean, is there any hope if Black were to keep the queens on the board? But you can't really.
Well, the h4 is fallen.
Exactly. Oh dear. So it's a forcing line. Okay, so let's run through it one more time to see if there's any hope. King can't move because queen takes pawn check and another pawn bites the dust. So it needs to be queen f7. And queen takes queen, king takes, king f3. Makes perfect sense.
Like waits, then just king e4, bishop b6, rounds up the pawn.
Yep.
So you gotta push d3.
And set up one little trick.
And here, the only move that wins actually is bishop to b6, stopping bishop d4.
Yep.
And king e6, king e4. Oh no, sorry, not king e4, king e3. King e4 would be sort of wrong.
Yeah.
Now that we stop bishop d4, this wins, and then bishop h6, bishop e3, d2, king e2. Just nothing works for it.
Yeah.
But it's far from obvious, and everything is only moves, so Magnus will have to calculate very carefully here.
No.
But I think he's going to do it.
I think he's going to see that queen to e8. I mean, because it's so straightforward, you just have to spot the trick.
Yeah,
And
this
the
bishop
answer.
b6 is the key move. Here.
Yeah.
This is the only way.
The piece, he's twiddling the piece, which means that he's in the flow. I think he's spotted it. Yeah. Queen to e8. And is there any chance with bishop c3 in this endgame?
I think it changes much, king e3.
Oh,
Because f2 is defended and
he's made a
d2.
move. He hasn't
Queen
played.
c6.
He's played queen c6, okay.
Still fine. King f7. Same story. He can exchange queens with queen f3. It's just, yeah, if he makes that decision to get rid of the queens. If not, it's going to be rough. Or at least not easy. I mean, he can repeat moves and so on, but at some point, it looks like the way to win it is that endgame.
Yeah.
Also,
King. I think he will do it.
it's a bit surprising that Mavyarov blitzed out king f7. Maybe they both think it's a draw, because he could have tried. It looks insane, of course, king f5. But then, at the very least, now this endgame would be a draw. Because here, d3, and black is just active enough to keep the balance with the king here. Let's say king e3, d2, king e2, king g4, bishop e3. You actually give this pawn up, put the king here, and you survive. So maybe Mavyarov just thinks it's fine anyway, but it's not.
I mean, did he have the possibility of perhaps playing the king to somewhere else, like king h7?
No, I think
This
king
is the best
f7 at the
chance.
very least. White can repeat moves, but he could also probably. I think that's why he wanted queen e4 and then queen e8, winning the pawn. That was his trick, but he's gone queen c5. He doesn't want that endgame. And now,
Okay, well, there's some.
still questions, but apparently it's also good enough.
Okay.
Interesting. Takes the pawn. If the king covers it, queen g5 picks it up anyway. So Magnus has a choice, either going for counterplay or maybe trying to give a check. But here after f3, the checks will eventually expire.
And there's just no way to defend that pawn.
No. d3, queen d5, that doesn't help.
No, you have to, I think you probably have to run. Okay, he gives a check.
Yep.
King runs to the edge of the board, attacking the bishop. So the king, so I guess the bishop just moves away.
King e8 plate. Bishop should go somewhere.
But where should it go to? This is the question.
They all look
Maybe
fine. I guess you choose a square. I was gonna say where black is not allowed to play queen f7, but it doesn't have to be.
I like bishop c7. It's good. And he has played it. Queen. It's difficult to suggest a move. Queen b2. King runs to the corner to h3.
Yeah, bishop c7 is also nice because if this pawn never gets too ambitious, the bishop can drop back and stop it. No,
I mean,
it does look winning.
Yeah, definitely. So the queen is
King
given the
h3.
check, king h3. I mean, is there any hope with queen b1? You know, you just abandon your king and just hope for the best. Okay.
I guess
And
it's
then
limited, but yeah, try d3.
but surely you can pick up that
No,
pawn with check.
You can take
Take.
and go bishop f4. Pawn is not really going anywhere.
But I was also wondering, you can go queen c6 check. And then you pick up the d3 pawn.
Oh, also good. Yeah.
Unless there's some queen c1s at the end of everything. But
Not messing around, just takes the h5 pawn,
Yep.
king d7, and queen f7 check. Maybe wants to put his queen here first.
Magnus, he is so good at queen and pawn endings. He realizes, you know, queens work best when they're in the center. Queen c4, then you can drop the bishop back to f4. No problems whatsoever, and those three pawns on the right, it's deadly.
Not much hope here.
Yeah.
Magnus, he resigns.
Okay, so we
If they
have
lose on time, I'm not sure, but it comes down to the same.
Yep, we have a decisive game in the match between Magnus Carlsen against Vachier Mamadjarov, and it looked like it was all headed into a draw when one horrendous blunder from the Azeri Grandmaster just cost him the game, and Magnus pounced. Wow. So he's nearing towards that goal of 2,900. Is he?
Yeah, it's a long road, but he's certainly doing well. He was already winning classical rating before this game in this tournament. He lost to Armageddon, so his score didn't look that dominant, but he's doing well in the classical and winning another white game. Had he converted that very good position against Wang Hao, could be even better. No, he's playing very well here. Just others, Vichy especially,
Yeah.
have also done great, so it hasn't looked one-sided. But this win will put him into the lead. He overtakes Vichy.
I was going to say, he leapfrogs into first place. You know, he is there with 12.5 points. Whilst Vichy is 1 point behind him with 11.5 points. And Wesley So, well, his game is still outstanding against Ariantari, so he will be looking to squeeze a classical victory and also grab 3 points. But can he do it? Doesn't look like he's going to do it at all. In fact, what's happening in this game? What's Magnus doing?
Vichy said it was going to be a draw, and he's right. Rook g5. King f6, that's just not enough. to play for. White is currently pawn up, but b4 is dropping. Just one passer shouldn't be enough to pose any problems. Rook g5 played, king f6, king f2. Still trying. I guess if rook b4, then he wants king e3, and the black pieces are a little tied up. So can Arjan do better?
Difficult to say. I mean, could you just like hover on the third row, just give rook f3 check, king goes there, move back to the b pawn.
No, here
Take.
takes. Is the king worse? Worse over here? I don't know, it felt like the setup with king e3 and rook g5 was nicer. So yeah, he's played rook f3. Trying to stop that indeed.
And Wesley responds with king g2. But let's go into that. If the white king kind of snakes its way in the line that we saw, which was like rook e5, rook takes pawn, and then the king starts.
Yeah, now there are checks, and if the king tries to cross, pawn is no longer covered.
But could you be a bit sneaky about it and just go on the king side?
I don't know. Looks hard to get to e3 there. They've repeated once, but that's Wesley's policy.
Yeah,
Since the beginning of the game, whenever you can repeat once, do it.
of course.
And rook e5, no more. But now rook takes b4. I think the best try is probably either to bring the king here or to try to push your g-pawn.
Yeah, I was thinking of putting the king on h4 and trying to get the best of everything. Because I'm a maximalist.
Wow.
Yeah, then
No, the problem is all these positions are just a draw. Like
yeah, that totally is a draw.
just try g4. But it
Yeah.
comes down to the same thing. Whatever, e3, check, king f7, king f3, e2, takes.
Yep.
It's a draw. You can keep making some moves, but draw is e3 played. Arjan looks very focused, very
Totally.
alert.
And I'm predicting king f3, e2. Okay, g5, check. King goes back to f7, king f3, now e2.
e2 is fine, or rook b3, it all comes down to the same.
Yep. I mean, is there any hope with, say, a move like g6? No.
So we can also go king f6 if we don't want any double
And
attacks.
it's on the board, and I think the players will probably agree a draw.
No, he's going
No?
to try for a bit.
There's 2 pawns versus 2 pawns.
Yeah,
I mean,
these
with
pawns
this...
are like half connected. You could still hope for something to happen, but of course it's a draw.
Yeah. But say that b pawn didn't exist. Is it a win?
I think it's a draw, but I'd be very capable of losing that. But I'm fairly certain it's a draw, theoretically.
Yeah. Well,
Wesley having to work overtime again. Looked like he was having a good tournament, but he's only won one of the classical games, which won't be enough to keep the pace of Magnus and
No.
Vichy.
and I think Arjan is just
E7,
going to...
Rook e1, nothing to do.
The players
Just
repeating
repeat it once.
again. Of course.
That's his new thing.
This is the way to play.
The repeater.
Exactly. Make your opponent think you're going to agree a draw, and then snatch that hope away from him at the last minute.
15 times a game.
Yeah.
He did it again. It's not funny anymore. I know you're not going to repeat 3 times, Wesley.
Okay. Maybe he
this
might
time I will.
Yeah.
Nope. Rook e7. Tricked you again.
King.
Just rook e1 is fine. And then if king f2, rook e4, king back, rook back, back and forth.
Rook e1 on the board.
Oh, it's not complicated anymore.
And I think Wesley's going to go rook b7.
Yeah, rook e1, rook e7.
Rook e7.
Make a different move. Boom. maybe first king f2, rook e4, king f3. No, here comes rook b7.
Yeah. Yeah. Rook b1.
Oh, check.
Oh.
Arjan's taking a stand, saying, I don't have to repeat.
I've had enough. Okay, so now Wesley
You're
will probably
not
play.
the boss of me now.
No. It's a good TV series, by the way. Malcolm in the Middle.
Not familiar.
Ah.
Any famous people in there?
No.
No?
Yeah, actually, the guy from Breaking Bad.
Ah, yeah. His brother, right?
He was the dad.
Ah, okay.
I don't know what became of. It was quite big, that TV series.
I'm fooling around. I've seen every episode of Malcolm in the Middle, starring
name?
Bryan Cranston.
Yes.
Before he went all serious and scary, he was the goofy dad.
It was a great TV series. King.
They're all psychos. The mom, especially.
The
she's
mom
a
is
complete
weird.
psychopath.
Yeah, she's very weird. But somehow at the same time, she's very lovable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little brother, scary. He's killed people.
Did he?
I'm not sure. He seems capable.
Yeah.
What's his name? Is it
Dunno.
Stewie? They're all called Stewie.
Yeah, I thought that was like Family Guy, like
Nah, I
Stewie.
think it's
Also
called
Stewie.
Stewie too.
Okay. And maybe this is like the rule in American TV series.
Need one Stewie.
Yeah, you need a Stewie. And it has to be an evil mastermind. Okay. King. I know, the king can't move. You just got to give...
E5.
Oh, E5.
Arjan's trying to get it over with.
He's made his bid for
He's
freedom,
tired.
and that's
Yeah.
it.
Draw agreed. Wesley's seen enough.
Yeah. And the players are analysing, and in about 20 minutes' time, we're going to see another Armageddon.
Oof.
Yes. Where Wesley will have 10 minutes on the clock, and Arjan will only have 7 minutes. There will be no increment until move 40, and
Poor
Arjan
Arjan.
will have draw odds.
He's
But
had like
Arjan
18 Armageddons with the black pieces against all these tough guys.
he hasn't won a single Armageddon, has he?
Not yet. He's won a classical against Van Hau.
And the players, after exchanging some comments, should be getting ready for the big matchup. They could have done this. They could have agreed this maybe 3 hours earlier.
Yeah, Wesley could have just followed through with the first repetition in the opening. And now
Yeah.
he'd already have dinner long ago. No, but of course he should.
No, of
You
course
should
not.
try.
We're just joking.
Yeah, he
But-
couldn't, even Wesley couldn't ask any questions against the Italian.
No.
Or in the Italian. Good job by Arjan. I'm not into the details here. I think bishop b6 is a rare move. Maybe it's becoming more trendy. Nicely done. Okay, so we have 15 minutes until the final Armageddon, more or less.
Yep.
Let's look at the standings and
That-
then disappear.
Okay, so in the lead we have Magnus Carlsen on 12.5 points. Followed in second place, Vachier-Lagrave with 11.5 points, and Wesley So, well, his score is yet to be determined, but he'll either pick up 1.5 points or 1 point. He's 9.5 points. Shaq, with his loss, stays in fourth place with 8.5 points. But someone who's having a bad day, you know, Timur Rajabov, which is really bad news because he's going to play the candidates in less than 2 weeks. And Wang Hao, both on 4 points. So we probably going to take a short break. And if we have a special guest in the studio, we'll come back online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Magnus shows up, we might we might go back on air. No. We'll be back with the Armageddon or the special guests at
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same. This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
And we're back, and such a nice video there that we saw of the players all enjoying the free day and the mega chess set that is there just in the local park in the Stavanger town centre. And we are waiting for the final Armageddon game to kick off between Wesley So and Ariane Tari. And let's remind ourselves of the regulations. Wesley So will start the game with 10 minutes on the clock. Ariane Tari will only have 7 minutes. There will be a 1 second increment, but it only kicks in after move 40. And of course, because it's Armageddon, black receives draw odds. And whoever is the victor will walk away with 1.5 points and loser 1 point. So points will be shared. And there we can see a recap of the round 6 results. So far there have been 4 Armageddon matches, and of course Magnus Carlsen, as we saw earlier on, he defeated Shakhriar Mammadjarov in their classical game, so he picks up 3 points, and that takes him nicely into the lead. So there we see Wesley getting ready, Ariane just about to take a seat. The game is going to kick off any second now. There's the handshake, and what do we see? E4, D4, C4, Knight of 3, B3.
Ariane has a solid repertoire. Not an easy choice. I would guess Wesley sticks to the Italian.
Ooh.
But now he changes, goes 1 C4.
Okay. And Ariane pausing. He answers with E6.
Knight C3, D5.
Oh.
And C5, is he going to play the Sharahenik? No, he plays the Tarash.
Yep.
Very old school. Knight C6. Now DC5 is a small advantage for white, but black is quite solid, Wesley. We'll think about it if he goes G3, old school, or DC5. I'm sure he knows all about it, but decisions to make here.
I've seen Magnus play G3 in the Champions Chess Tour, so I suspect that maybe this move has a little bit more venom. Okay, G3 on the board.
The problem is the CD Bishop C5 line is very forcing. Not easy to ask a question here. But if anybody can do it, it's Wesley. Takes the pawn, which, yeah, is, I guess, mainly a memory check here. Bishop to G4 is the move. And Ariane knows. Knight F6, Queen F6, Queen G4, Queen F2. So why does he play some move like Queen C2 or Queen D3? But black is active enough. Wesley, were you bluffing?
Well, he can't be bluffing because he's in a must-win situation, so there's no point in going into a forcing line. He needs to
Queen
play...
D2. That's a little out there. He was bluffing.
Queen D2.
Tricked us.
Has anyone played that before? No, that's the novelty. And also not recommended by the computer at all. In fact, the computer just says, knight takes knight, no problemo.
Maybe he's just trying to get Ariane out of the book. I always assume Wesley knows everything.
Yeah, and well, it's working in the sense that Ariane is now burning time on the clock.
So black is supposed to take on d5, and he does do it. If e takes d5, then queen e7 check is awkward. So, because the queen... Ah, he goes e takes d. But no queen e7, it's unpleasant. King f1, Wesley playing it fast and loose here. Not what we're used to seeing, but he has adjusted his style for the Armageddon's long castles. Risky move by Ariane. It looks fine.
It is risky, but it does look fine. And I think Wesley has taken some lessons from Vachier-Lagrave and their Armageddon match. Play something dodgy out of the opening. Make your opponent think.
They no longer try to be better with white. They try to be worse, but get the opponent off book. And there comes the mistake. Bishop f5. Now queen f4 turns the tables.
Oh, does that blunder?
Bishop e6.
Does that blunder a piece?
Not yet.
No,
but
not
it's
yet.
Tough. Bishop d3 check, king g1, and it's hard for black to keep control. Knight e5, just bishop e3. All of a sudden, the white king is safe. White is a pawn up. And by Wesley gives the queen.
What?
D takes c6.
No, but this is not good.
It is not, but even more suspense. Rook takes d2, clearly the obvious move here, but even stronger was b takes c. Obviously I know this because I have the computer running. Not allowing this pawn to get to b7, and white cannot keep the queen because rook d1 check is a powerful threat. And if, let's say, queen e1, bishop d3 picks it up. But in the game, Ariane took, rook takes d2. Now at least the white pawn makes it to b7, making this a mess. But it's still better for black. Bishop e4 here gets rid of the dangerous bishop.
Yeah.
Wesley, you don't have to go too crazy.
Maybe he just missed that bishop e4 is possible. Maybe he's banking on, you know, rook e1.
White is winning again.
What?
They're tired. a6.
a6, but then rook...
Mistake. Rook e1.
Rook e1.
Bishop f4.
Oh no! Drama! And it's... How many moves are we in? We're in move 18.
And we've already seen black much better. White completely winning. Black completely winning. And black much better. Back to white completely winning.
Well, full circle there. And okay, rook e1. Wesley has the time to consider it. I mean, because you do want to play bishop f4 check.
It's not the toughest move in the world.
No. Introduce a piece, attack the queen. I mean, is there any argument for bishop f4? Okay, he plays rook e1.
Boom, he's back on track.
He is. Queen has to move. Say, I don't know, queen
d. It doesn't have a good square. I have queen d7, then bishop f4.
And
there
then the knight
some
comes in.
Potential jumps. But
he puts it on f6.
Goes to f6. White doesn't have to do anything in particular. King g1, king h2. This pawn will get the job done. Black needed this bishop e4 to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Well, now Wesley's strategy is vindicated.
I mean, is there any kind of potential, I don't know, I'm going to say ghosts surrounding the f2 square?
I don't know. Bishop d3 is a threat. That's why you want to run away with the king.
You have to do that.
He could also go bishop f4 check. Let's see how he decides. He goes king g1.
And
he's back.
Yep. And Ariane retreats the bishop, and now the queen and the bishop are lined up against the f2 pawn. But this can be easily parried by bishop f4 check. So straightforward. And then the king just goes to h2. Problems for Ariane. And he just goes king h2. Calm.
Not messing around.
Calm.
Steady.
You can't take the pawn because of bishop f4 check. What about... Yeah, I mean, black's extra rook is just terrible. And white's pawn bishop on g2 is just huge. Knight a5 coming, knight c5 coming at the right time. So many good moves. King a7.
Sidestepping, but bishop f4 is still very much available, controlling that b8 square.
Yeah, I love bishop f4. You can't even go g5 because of bishop e5. It's over.
There's no way
I mean,
out.
is there any kind of, maybe Wesley might be swayed by perhaps exchanging dark squared bishop. Okay, he puts his bishop on c3.
Also fine. He can always head to e5.
Yeah. And also now the knight can jump into d4. So the only hope for black is if he manages to trade off those light squared bishops. Otherwise, it's game over. The pawn on b7 is going to decide everything. How are you going to do that? It's a mission impossible.
He won't let go.
No. Knight, it's like knight a5, knight d4. Ugh. And Ariane, under 4 minutes, the clock is ticking down, and his position, sadly, seems to be beyond repair.
If he were to take here, just rook f1 forces the queen to c2, only square. The knight d4 hits it again, threatening all kinds of unpleasantness. And for example here, king a7. Now, okay. This is a very random line. I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Okay, well, we actually might see it because he's actually
It's on
taking the
board.
corners.
Oh,
Yes.
Knight d4. Here we go. No longer a random line. He has to take bishop e5, king a7, b8. It's very pretty, not forced, pretty.
Okay.
Also rook e6 looks rather forceful. Fe, bishop e5, king a7, b8, rook takes, and the other rook joins the action. We pick up this rook. Some
free.
options.
Yeah, that looks fantastic.
Goes check. Ah, he repeats once.
Oh,
Boom.
yeah. This has
Keep it
been
up.
his strategy throughout
This
the
is thing.
match. Yeah.
The repeater.
Just make your opponent think there's a draw and then snatch it away in the last seconds.
Choices. Rook e6 does win. So does bishop e5, b8.
I mean, for me, it's just tempting to kind of try and put the game away immediately. So I'd be tempted just to throw in a check and then...
So can we go rook e6, fe and
And
make
then
some
rook.
sort of quiet move? Is that
Yeah,
asking
well,
for
he's
too much?
taken the bishop.
Did take. Yeah,
And-
we'll probably go for the forcing line while
Yeah.
he's around.
And now
Bishop e5,
bishop
king
e5
a7,
check.
b8. Oh, the cruelest line is actually check, king a7, check, rook takes, and now little step back, bishop d4, rook b6. And no hurry, rook f8.
Okay.
Is he gonna do it?
No,
He's
no, no,
repeated
no,
once,
he's
of
repeated
course.
again. Yeah, of course.
Come on, stop. Don't overdo it, Wesley. You lose track of how many times you've repeated. Someone must have told him this is a great idea to annoy your opponent, but he's pushing it a bit. Just play a winning line, because now he's going to have to think, is this the first time, the second time? He has to take the pawn on g7 just so he can repeat again. Rook g8, then he's going to go bishop e5, king a7, bishop d4, king b8, bishop e5.
Yeah. Why not? There's beauty in repetition.
Dangerous.
Okay. I think he's just playing with Ariane. The rook has to move. But I mean, it's just game over. Nothing to be done.
You probably watched some fitness video of like find the beauty in repetition, and he's found it. But it's a dangerous game you're playing, Wesley.
I like the sense of humor. What can I say? I'm a sadist at heart. Okay, bishop check. King goes check. I can now just put...
Get a queen.
Oh, no, he's repeated the position.
Repeat the repeater. Boom.
Boom, and now he is going to go...
Also, it doesn't make sense because your
Rook
opponent gets
C7.
extra time on move 40. So you're just making him get closer all the time.
Okay, but rook c7, rook
completely winning,
f7
but
on the
like-
board. Okay.
B6, rook e7. Can we repeat? Bishop d4? I'm not sure.
No, maybe now is not the time to repeat. But I like I liked your rook e7. I thought that was an artistic touch. Okay, no, instead he is going for a rook with two
winning.
bishops and totally
White
winning.
king is always safe, so you just keep your pieces safe to pick up everything.
Yep. Overprotect all your pawns, and the rook does all the dirty work and the heavy lifting. So what is Wesley thinking about? Maybe he's going to give a check. Repeat the position once.
I'll have to debate this repeating strategy with him. It's not the way to go.
We have to invite him into the studio and we have to question him on these repetitions. Okay, well, he's not repeating. He's
no more.
No more. Now he wants the game to be over.
Go a3.
Yeah.
It's a professional move. a3, bishop c3. Have everything covered forever.
Yep. a3, rook b7. He can do whatever he likes. He's got all the time in the world.
No, he gives a check.
Oh.
Still a3.
What's he going to do? Maybe he's going to move his rook along the b line.
He's probably going to play like rook b4 or some move.
No, he's...
What we want to see is a3. Because the only way to blunder is some bishop c3, a3. There you go.
There, he's done it. And... Okay, rook b4 is coming. Okay, so queen.
Bishop c3.
Overprotect the bishops. Black's... It's got no hope.
Bishop d4, he's trying to checkmate. Stop trying to checkmate. Put your pieces on control squares. He's being forced to. Rook e7 is the fancy move. Bishop c3. That's how you do it. No.
Yep, rook e7, and he's going to pick up the final pawn, and I think that's it. It's going to be over. Nope, but Ariane
h4
keeps on playing.
No.
Oh,
okay,
that's it. And it's over. Wesley So makes a speculative queen sacrifice, and it pays off.
What drama. So let's recap the first stage. Knight takes d5, e takes d, queen e7. Black is much better. h3. Here, after bishop e6, black is better. He goes bishop f5, after which black is lost. Since queen f4, bishop d3, king g1 wins here. White just coordinates and checkmates the king. But Wesley instead goes d takes c6, after which Arjan had the very strong move b takes c6, not letting this pawn live. The queen can be taken later. Can't go anywhere. Queen e2, bishop d3. If it moves forward, rook d1, queen e1, also bishop d3. So b takes c6 would have won the game on the spot. Instead, rook takes d2 was played, cb, king b8, bishop d2. Here, bishop e4, last chance to eliminate this bishop and more importantly this pawn on b7. Black's still much better, but after a6 the tables turned and Wesley never gave another chance and converted smoothly, involving multiple repetitions. How are you, Wesley?
He just didn't want to win the game quickly, you know?
Yeah. There's a debate here. Queen d2, queen d3, queen c2.
Yeah, queen c2 is actually the theory, not queen d2. But okay, it paid off. It was a gamble, very risky, but it worked, especially in this time control. And there we have it. We can see the standings after round 6. Magnus Carlsen, his 3 points victory over Vachier-Lagrave nets him 12.5 points, and Vishy Anand is on 11.5 points. Wesley So now up to 10. So 1.5 points Vishy Anand. In 4th place, Vachier-Lagrave, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with his win in Armageddon, also picked up 1.5 points, and he's now in 5th place with 8.5 points. So very interesting day of results. What for you is the biggest surprise?
I already forgot everything. I don't think there were any particular big surprises. I think Wesley not winning the classical against Arjan is a success for Arjan and small surprise for me. But other than that, no, all these results were more or less to be expected, of course. I thought Anish would crush Vichy today. Didn't happen. Vichy too strong.
I have to admit, we did predict that Magnus would defeat Vachier-Lagrave, but it didn't look that way until one final slip-up at the end, and that gave Magnus 3 points, and now first place. And one surprising result for me would be Topalov, actually, defeating Rajapov. I suspected it would be a draw, but I didn't think that Rajapov would lose with the white pieces in Armageddon.
Well, he's looked a bit off throughout most of the tournament. And yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't too big
Okay.
of a surprise, I thought.
Yeah. So it's been a fascinating day. Lots of fighting chess, as always, and a lot of thrilling Armageddons. And again, it's tense at the top as we have a new leader. And as always, I'd like to thank you all for watching the show and of course following in all the action and all the fun. And I'd like to wish you all a good night, good morning or good day, wherever you are in the world, and see you tomorrow at 5 p.m.